Loading up YouTube. Check out Tick. Check out Tick while I do that if you can see. Okay. You can see how unnervous I am about this trade because I'm dealing with this technical stuff that I've never realized how old I was until now. See if you guys can join that. I don't see anybody in. Are you guys joining YouTube? Join YouTube. Once I get confirmation, I'll move the stream to YouTube. You're in YouTube? I don't see any view. Okay, I'm seeing viewers. Okay, guys, move to YouTube. Link is in the updates tab. I'll see you there. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. All right, so what did we miss? It looks like SPX found some legs. Looks like it found some legs. Nothing that should be concerning, but yeah, definitely would rather it not have any legs and just nuke to oblivion. But that is not that's not what we should expect. Trying to pull up unusual whales on this AlphaPod browser. Okay, if we look at premiums, premiums are very bearish right now. It's supporting our downside move assumption. So we don't need to be too worried about this upside move on SPX. You can even add here if you wanted to. Obviously, we want to leave some dry powder available, so don't need to full port. But yeah, it's not a bad spot to be adding. We're right back into the short zone. Premiums look quite bearish. We know it's MSCI Rebalance. We know there's going to be a sell that comes. Timing it is obviously tricky, but as long as we have confidence in the trade, we should be okay. We see tick pushing down a little bit. I am seeing somebody I follow talk about the strong breadth, underlying breadth. So yeah, maybe something to be concerned about, but he doesn't know what we know. He doesn't know about MSCI Rebalance. So he's probably going to post something later like, oh, you know, breadth got weak again. Oops. I'm going to add some YOLOs on this weakness, some of the 10 puts for 250, 245. Okay. Now let's see what we get. We'll just, have to continue watching here. This should nuke. Oh, am I still in Discord too? Let me see. Stop sharing on Discord. Okay. Yeah, so we like this zone. This is a good zone for us to be in. Let me hide this. This is a good spot for us to be in. We can see, let's look at the 5, like even on the 10-minute here, we can just see SPX is failing at the 10 EMA. That's my preferred metric to look at. Maybe I'll pull up NVIDIA here, see what we got. So I still like the short. I'm not too nervous yet. I would like to just automatically be in profit all the time from the onset, but it's not what we get. Premium still looks supportive of the move. Market tide is definitely ticking up and puts curling down. So let's see, you know, maybe it tries to mess with us a little bit. I'm going to start selling, not selling, setting some limits. I have too many positions open across too many different accounts. So I'm going to set a sell limit for the 30 put that I have from yesterday at 15. Is that good? 13? Put out 13. So put that for 13. For the 50, sorry, for the 25 put, I'm going to sell 3 of them at 10. I don't know if they'll get there. I might have to replace of it. And then in my other account, I'll do half of them at 12. I'm just picking random stuff. I don't want to get too confused. What I do is I usually place limits, either stop limit or a sell limit, and then I just open up the trade order again, and then I'll bring it back to market so I can keep it front of mind for me, and then maybe I sell market. Anyway, my method to my madness. Otherwise, when I have so many freaking contracts open, it's really hard to focus on what I'm doing. And I'm working through 2 different brokerage platforms right now. Anyway, okay. So we're failing right where I would like us to, right? Under the 10 EMA, under this key 38 level. Seeing premiums look like it, SPX, we're seeing bearish premiums, right? So we're seeing this go down. All right, so SPX moving up a little bit. I have some dry powder left to add to this short. We're getting the consumer confidence data that was mentioned earlier. Didn't really get a move from that. From a premium perspective, we're not getting much either. Market tide is just going insane. So obviously I don't love that. We're also seeing put premiums curled down a little bit. Again, I'm not too concerned. Remember what happened last time? We we went short a little early. We got stopped out right before the big dip down. So let's see. We were up 40%. We talked about how this 27 level is a good take profit level for at least partial. I didn't take profit because I wanted more of a move. I'm still expecting more of a move. But execution is number one, right? It's the hardest part. Hardest part. You can know what to do, but if you can't execute, you're not going to make any money. So if we look at VIX, VIX is weak here. Definitely, definitely have that as a flag. And then I know about this person who I follow talking about the underlying breadth. We can see it in tick. We see VIX coming down. Like if I wasn't trading the MSCI Rebalance, and if premiums weren't the were here, like on Tide, I probably wouldn't be super short. But I'm not short right now. I'm trading the MSCI Rebalance, and so I'm ignoring some of the signs I normally would hone in on because of what I foresee happening based on the rebalance trade. Surprised we only have 11 people in here. 13. I guess MSCI trade isn't that exciting for everybody. Okay, also, when I first did the trade, in case you don't have it, when I did the trade last year, or in May, with, first time running a Discord, everybody had this commentary in the chat, like, oh, it's going to do this, it's not working, it's going higher, it's blah, 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 all this stuff. And that's fine. I understand that reaction because you haven't seen this before. And for me, I honestly just drown all that noise out as much as possible. And that's why I say you trade what you're comfortable with, and I'll trade what I'm comfortable with. I wish market tide wasn't so bullish right now, but you can see how bearish SPY is. So, well, look, Ice Bane, it makes sense that you're sweating. It depends what size you're in. I'm in a decent size where, look, if I get stopped out at 50, 60%, I will not feel good about it. I will feel upset about it. But if this were a real MSCI rebalance trade, I would have sized way more, right? So sweat all you want. I understand it. Makes sense. Um, I know what I'm looking for, and look, nothing is guaranteed. This trade may fail, right? The MSCI sellers that rebalance may not step in all at the similar time, and we may get a lot of strength from mega cap. Like, that is totally possible. Nothing is guaranteed in trading. Nothing is guaranteed. You see VIX is failing. Like, look, this looks bad if you're short, but I'm trading MSCI. So I'm willing to take a pretty significant drawdown. You guys need to take what you're comfortable with. And like Trump says, no crying in the casino. I don't like saying that to you guys because I don't like, obviously trading is emotional, and I don't think people cry here, but it's okay to be upset. That happens. Like, we are human, we're all learning, we're all getting better, and we make mistakes. And so it can be upsetting to lose money. But you have to know you're taking risk here. Like, the normal MSCI trade, I'm so confident that I say it's like a 75% probability of happening, right? And I load up on it. This is less, right? So I'm half size than I normally would, and I still not like I'm still saving some dry powder for the calls in case we get it. So I'm not trading so much that I'm gonna lose all my assets here, right? Especially with this VIX death, I'm like not second guessing my trade, but definitely has me just keeping a close eye. 10:45 real move. Is that AM or is that PST? What time zone are you in? Is that Eastern? And who is Papa Dot? Are you in the Eastern? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Herc. Oh, what's up, Herc? Yeah, it could be then. Last time we saw it, I forget. Yeah, it felt around that time. We got some chop, 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 which it feels very similar right now, just some movement. And for some reason, I always love going in a little early on this trade because I know the downside will come. I know it will save me if I go early, right? So you can go early and be recovered by the excessive move down. Um, And then the other risk I see here with the downside move is really just the strength of 28, 27, 28. That's okay. That's another thing I see there, right? So this 27 level is pretty strong. I think we'll push through. Wow, EOSE is pumping. Let's see while we wait patiently for this trade. Let us see how the Alpha Pod public account is doing, and it is flying. HYLN. You know, the only thing not flying is Galaxy. Piece of shit stock. I'm just kidding. It's not. I still believe in it. Just hard with crypto right now. Okay, let's go back. Did I miss anything? Just very slowly moving. Let's look at premiums. Look, premiums are still, like, I care more about SPY net than I do about market tide. And premiums are still a 10 EMA. The only thing giving me a little bit of angst is VIX. Like, what's also possible, I don't know if this is going to happen or not. It's just that there are a lot of buyers that are protecting levels. And so no matter how many people are rebalancing, that level is protected. Again, I don't think that's going to happen, but just so you're clear with where my head's on like, what could possibly cause this trade to not work? You have VIX here, like this death is really not good. Again, any other day I'd see this death and say, ooh, long side is the right side to be on. Still in the short zone. This 50 level would be kind of my max pain, I think, for this trade. And you know, the consequence of going a little early is maybe I get hosed on it pushing up to my max pain, and I can re-enter, right? I haven't used all my dry powder. Puts are coming down a little bit, but nothing of concern. Just a little pretty noisy here. Let's see what happens. This is pretty bearish, right? This is bearish here. So honestly, adding on the way up is my preferred method. If we do touch 44, I'm just automatically going to add some puts there. See, look at this VIX death. This VIX death is very annoying. Okay, we're almost at 44. Let's see what premiums look like. Calls are spiking up a little bit, and puts are curling down. So I'm going to give it a second. I don't need to use up everything right here. But if you look here, like this is pretty bullish right here, like this formation. So we'll just second. And then we'll add full size to the put position pretty soon. I think last time we added at 7. We doubled, tripled down at 2, stopped out at 250, and the contracts went to 20. Just for anybody who here wasn't as part of the first trade, that was the arc of the trade. Bought at 7, doubled down all the way to 2, exited around 2, and then it ripped to 20. So if you're nervous, you're like, this I don't get what's going on. This makes no sense to me. Just know that's what happened last time. So you have to be comfortable with some of the volatility. You have to be comfortable with the risk. Nothing is guaranteed. So I should have took that automatic short. It didn't quite kiss 44. I'm going to buy a few more of the 25s. I bought a few more. Oh, shit. Oh, I accidentally sold. Only a very small amount. I'm going to buy them back right now. But it just killed some of my buying power. Okay, I had a decent chunk more. It didn't fill. Hold on. Okay, I filled at 4. That is crazy how I accidentally sold. But I sold a tiny amount for 3.7 and then bought back a lot more than that at 4. Hey Buffett, I like that I don't know if you're in the stream. I like you're saying it's bullish and stuff. And maybe it is. I agree. Like this looks bullish. But then my favorite is when it surprises everybody and does exactly what I want. That is the ultimate move there is I told you so, right? But you know, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe it doesn't work out. I just saw your note, Jordan. Stop trading Galaxy. I know. It's like I always have those tickers. Hold on, I'm gonna post something on X. There's no way this will just chop all day. So look, yeah, if you are nervous, I understand. Uh-oh, my son's gonna come here at some point, it sounds like. All right, so we're just gonna chill. I'm fully in my puts, I think. Yeah, I'm fully in, fully sized in. I'm down 40% and I'm not worried at all. We were up 40% for a second, right? You could have sold at 40%, called it a day. I didn't. The dump is as guaranteed of a trade as you're gonna get. Just need to wait for it to happen. Okay, what's going on? Remember what happened last time, guys. I will probably do one more ad at 44, like I originally wanted. Maybe we don't get it. You know what? I'm going to add some 30s. I will let you know once I do. Okay, I added some 30s. Let's see what I get filled at. 370. A little impatient on the ad. VIX still pretty weak. I'm going to put an automatic sell on those 30s. I'm going to sell half of them for 10 if it gets there. There's a lot going on right now. It's very confusing to me. But, and then I'll sell the other half for 15 if it gets there. If you guys are nervous, I understand why, but you gotta trade what you're comfortable with. You gotta trade your risk tolerance. You gotta do what you're happy and comfortable with. The stop, it's a really good question. Above 50 is probably where we want to stop and reevaluate. You can see it on my chart. That's where I would be a little bit less comfortable and say, okay, you know, I still believe the downside move, but it I don't want this trade to go to zero. It's enough size for me to not enjoy it going to zero. That's where I want to take a step. Again, I'm just adding. All I'm doing is adding. Premiums do look, they're getting a little bit more bullish, but again, we are trading the MSCI Rebalance trade. We are looking for a pretty much guaranteed downside move at some point before 9 a.m. Pacific. That is for certain. But look, if it bumps up to, if it punches up to 5K and then, or 6,500 and then goes down, that doesn't really do us any good. We've just lost all our money. But I don't think that'll happen. I don't think that'll happen. So right now I'm in a pretty decent drawdown. I'm down 40 to 50% on the put. So misery loves company. We're in this together. Just be patient. And sorry, ZD Best, I wasn't calling you out. I was speaking about what I've seen in the past with other people, and Icebane did admit he's sweating a little bit, so it wasn't directed towards you. Sorry. So VIX still dying, right? Until VIX starts picking up, we're gonna see this trade just continue to be a little painful until we get the real move. And we're seeing premiums come down a little bit, right? So yeah, definitely a little uncomfortable. 44 now, so let's see. This should be a pretty big level. And look, we closed below 44. That is a clue. That is generally a clue of I like to think of it as the market makers kind of telling each other what's up. We closed below such a key level, 44. That is bearish. Now we're retesting it during cash hours, and I expect it to fail. So let's see if that does fail. But you can see I'm pretty calm during this. Like premiums quite bullish. So let's see. Maybe this trade fails. I don't think it will. I'm still willing to trade it and take a lot of risk on. But we can see, hello, my son came in, so we'll see how this goes. Now pushing through 44. We're right now pushing through 44. I expect this to fail down, but if you look at premiums, they're quite bullish. So premiums are quite bullish. SPX is moving up. We're definitely uncomfortable in this trade right now, but we expect the downside move to happen, and we expect this to be a little bit of fucking around, okay? So let's just wait to see 44 fail. That would be a pretty bullish sign for us. Again, premiums are still not in. The market tide is very bullish right now. It's just going insane. But SpyNet is not showing that. As long as we can fail 44 pretty quickly, we can get some comfort back in the trade. .44 is struggling a little bit here. I'm gonna do a small add of some 30s at 3. At 2.85, 2.8 I got filled at. Again, I'm trading the rebalance trade and my levels. So I know you're all uncomfortable right now. You're like, what did I get myself into? This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's true. Look, the trade can fail, but I can assure you I do know what I'm talking about, and I do know what I'm looking for. The question is whether the market wants to participate in what I'm looking for. And even though I have confidence, right, I got shook out last time on the put trade. We nailed and made so much money on the upside trade, but I definitely got shaken out a little bit on the put side, so it's not easy. Sometimes it is super uncomfortable. But yeah, if you just looked at SPX, it's quite bullish. We had all that breadth we were talking about. VIX is nuking down. We have reclaiming of 38 during cash hours. This formation here, quite bullish. Like, it looks pretty bullish, right? If I didn't know about the MSCI trade, I would say, oh my God, this is a great long opportunity. We're taking, risky trades, 0 day to expiration. Again, if you're just joining, we were up 40%. You could have sold then, right? 40% is good. But we wanted to see the trade through. I wanted to see the trade through. So just watching, seeing what happens, nothing to report back. Jordan's probably shitting his pants right now because he full sized at 4.7 and he's only looking for a 6% return. So this Sharpe ratio for him is quite terrible. Okay, so let's see. SPX is going to fail 44. It might bounce along the EMAs. Getting tick coming down a little bit. Oh, Dre joined the Alpha Pod? So let's see. I mean, I don't believe in VIX gaps, but I don't know. Maybe it's a thing. Let's see what we get. We should get a pretty decent downside move, guys. We should. And, you know, it might not happen, but we should. Like, just like when the forecast is 90% chance of rain, it should rain, right? But sometimes it doesn't, but it should.
Look, red.
What am I looking at? Red?
Red.
Red. Cool. Thank you. Can you show Mama?
Daddy, open it.
You want me to open it? Can you say, here, come here, I want you to say hello. Can you say hello to the computer?
Hello.
Hello. Can you say hello?
Hello.
Can you say trade well?
Hello.
Trade well. Thank you.
Hello, Trejo.
Okay. Say hello, traders.
Hello, Sherry.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, everybody appreciates it. Okay, thank you. You have to go to Mama now. Dada's busy.
Hello, Mom. Hello, Chrissy.
Chrissy's not here. No, just traders. All right, so back to the program, scheduled programming. Look at premiums now. We see calls curling down, puts curling up on both Tide and on SpyNet. We see SPX trying to retest 44, bounce off the EMA. This is on the 5-minute. Let me go back to my favorite 10-minute. We can kind of see how this pans out. We want to see 44 continue to fail. That's what we want. We want 44 to be a big spot for failure, retest 38. So if I do a new drawing, right, what I want to see here is I want to see this kind of figure this out over here and then bounce down. Maybe it retests one more and then it starts making its move down. So we need to see 44 fail first. But from a standpoint, this still looks quite bearish. Tide obviously looks bullish there, but you have puts climbing up. He did say red. That means the market's going to go down. All right, I'm going to leave this. Actually, no, this drawing's annoying. But that's what I want to see, right? I want to see SPX kind of fail here, mess around, consolidate, figure out what it wants to do, and then boom. We don't want to see 44 hold strong. That would make me more nervous. I bought a little bit more of the 30s for 330. My exits, I'm not going to be able to alert them really well. Just giving fair warning there. Okay, so you got to trade this yourself. I'm working in multiple accounts with multiple contracts. It's going to be really hard for me to even execute my own trades, let alone here. Okay. Okay, so squiggly line is working for now. I'm going to erase it because it's distracting, and you shouldn't expect that exactly to play out. It'd be cool if it did. But honestly, I'd rather just knife down to 0. That'd be even best. Okay, so look, we're just gonna have to wait. We're in. We're full. I'm fully in. I know I keep adding stuff, but I just. You want mom to give you a hug? Okay. Let's see what happens. I have NVIDIA on here because its strength, and weakness will move with the market. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, we have NVIDIA strong, we have Palantir strong, we have a lot of strength under the hood, but they don't know what I know. They don't know that MSCI is about to rebalance and nuke the entire market. For the time being, while I wait, watch, see what tickers are popping. EOSC, great stock. I love holding this stock. Actually, it trades like very annoyingly. Oh, NEM's doing quite well. I like that. That's one of my larger positions right now. I think a few of you tailed that too. NEM is, got a pretty massive breakout forming. Which is nice. Okay, see that tick down? This is starting the move, I think. But too early to say. But look at this tick down. It's like, okay, some sellers are coming in a little aggressively. Okay? So that tick down is good. It could be starting the move. For the 25, I have some fills at 10. Or sells, not fills. They will be fills. I have some at 10. I have some just with a market order ready. I don't know. It's honestly my sells are going to be a little confusing for me. But you see this tick, you saw that tick down. That was pretty constructive for what we're looking for. We see a clear failure of 44 now, and now SPX is just testing the 8 EMA. I want to respond to this. They should, if we get the move we're looking for. Yes, 100% is possible. Could even go as up to 20. Okay, let's see. We're starting to get part of the move. This failure at 44, I like it. Let's look at premiums. If we look at premiums, we can see, okay, like this is bearish on SPY. We're starting to get puts on, like this is happening. This is happening. Now, how deep is the move is honestly the hardest part of this, right? And so our overnight low was around this 16 to 20 range. So that's probably where we should expect to get to if we get the sell. Again, I'm not promising a sell. I am expecting it. It's, you know, like I said, with the weather forecast, there's a high probability of it. So we're just going to continue to wait and watch. Let's see how our NEM calls are doing. NEM's doing great. If you took that trade with me, you're up 100% on that trade, if not more. And still a lot of time on the contracts. So you see VIX coming up. Remember that tick down caught my eye? This tick down here caught my eye. And you can see now VIX is coming up. We get this premium. Are you leaving, Kaz? Okay. Bye-bye. Come give me a hug. Bye-bye. Have fun at school. Can I kiss? Kiss? Okay. High five? Okay. Pound it? Okay. I'll see you later, okay? Have fun at school. Yes? Bow, bow? Okay. Give me a hug.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, computer. Can you say red again? Say red.
Red.
Yeah. Can you say the market down?
Money down.
Yeah. Can you say make money?
My penny.
Yeah. Okay. Good job. Okay. Go to mama. Okay. You heard it here first.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. School.
Okay. Have fun at school. Okay. All right. So we got. Am I unmuted? Yeah. All right. So we got some of the move. We're feeling a little bit more cozy, right? We wanted 44 to fail. 44 failed. Okay, look how SPX is moving, guys. I know it was like a little nerve-wracking. Hopefully, you feel a little bit more comfortable now. Look, this can still fail. So, you know, if you're like, screw it, I hate Chasm, I hate this trade, this is stupid, then just take your losses here. You know, move on, move on. We need 38 to fail still, but premiums. It looks constructive. I think I would like Tide to not curl up again here. That's annoying. But so far, it's working out how I thought. If we push through 44, you notice this is labeled the short zone for a reason. This is the zone I don't see SPX pushing up past. And it's called a zone and not a level because this zone, this area here, 38 to 44, is going to be tough. So hopefully, at least what, if anything, you got out of today is how to read tick. So you saw tick started foreshadowing the move down a little bit. Now what we want to see is VIX to, I mean, VIX, okay, fine. VIX has gaps. It filled the gap, fine. Zach, the take profit level, can you check the morning note? NVIDIA needs to stop being so strong. Let's get some weakness. There's a couple things going for this trade right now. One is failure of 44. Two is VIX is now climbing up. Three is tick is weakening. Here's a risk, though. We see calls spiking up a little bit, both on Tide and SpyNet. So that's definitely a annoying new situation popping up. But again, it's not shaking me out. I know what I'm looking for. I know what I want to see. You see tick, VIX is moving up. Tick is still pretty weak. The annoying thing is NVIDIA. Let's see Tesla. Tesla's kind of stuck. Wow, this is such an insane ticker. Wow. It had this massive shakeout. I even tried buying some on this breakout, and I exited here. I got shook out. And then, wow, just keeps flying. Which I should have put the dots together, because you know that earlier this week I was talking about commodities. If I were smarter or more aware to put the pieces together, I would have known that that meant bullish on a ticker I had watched already, UUUL, because it's still within the same realm. Another one that, another good one for the upside into NVIDIA earnings is CEG and VST. So forget MSCI trade. While we're waiting, let's like kind of talk shop. NVIDIA earnings, you don't need to trade NVIDIA to make money. You trade the ancillaries. You trade the picks and shovels, right, of the chips, right? Chips are picks and shovels to AI, and then energy is picks and shovels to the chips and AI as well. And so CEG saw some really bullish put sales come through. This will probably get a nice bid up, assuming NVIDIA doesn't say AI is dead, which I doubt they will. I do, you know, there is some, a lot of people are saying this, and I don't doubt it that NVIDIA could miss earnings or just slow down a little bit. I'm not betting on that, but I could see it happening. So those ads we added at 44 was great. Now we want to see 38 fail. If we look at premium, yeah, all right, that call spike that made me nervous is now cooling down a little bit on both Tide and on SpyNet. Still clear, right? Still like not super comfortable. Okay, VIX is coming down a little bit. Obviously, don't love that. What What is a 410? Oh, dude, I understand the question. I appreciate it. And it's totally up to you. Do I think SPX will get down to 10? No. It was a bit of a riskier ad. Um, right? Anything, the further out of money you go, the riskier you get. Notice how instead of adding to the 25s on this at 44, I was adding to 30s. So, you know, if the trade goes against me, it doesn't make sense to double, triple down on further out of the money. You take the price move against you to work in your favor to get closer to the money calls or puts. So I was adding the 30s. I only added a small amount of the 10s. So yeah, it depends on your buying power, your risk tolerance. Do I think your 10s will get back into at least break even, if not profit? Yes. Do I think that it'll go in the money? No. I think there's a chance, but I think it's low. I really think 16 is going to be the max downside, possibly. Possibly. That'll be the greatest, best take profit with decent size. At least half the trade, take it off here, and then you can opportunistically look for take profit level 3 and then runners. So like the 10s for me, for example, I'm not going to sell them at all until we test 16, and then based on that reaction, I'll decide whether to sell them or not. Obviously, that is if we get down to 16. Tide is way too strong right now, so it's very unfortunate that the general market breadth is so strong on a day like today. And it is. The 25s are possible. Yeah, no, the 25s for me, okay, I'm going to speak for myself. I like the 25s. I think it provides a really good you're going to like if you bought them right now, they can go 5x, right? 6x, 7x if the trade works out the way we want. I don't know what they're at right now. I don't like looking at my contracts. I only like looking at pricing levels because if I look at my P&L, I'm going to get worried for no reason. I'm just going to look at my levels. That's what guides me. So I don't know what the contracts are right now, but if you bought them right now and the move transpires the way I want it to, they could 5x easily. They can also go to 0 if the trade goes against us. We work in probabilities, not guarantees. And sorry, I know I'm sounding preachy. I don't mean to, but I'm trying to be educational and hopefully not sounding like a douche while I do it. So I don't know why rates are selling off. Maybe it's a risk-on signal. But again, we're not making a prediction on where the market will close. We're not saying it's a bear market. We're not saying S&P 500 will close lower. All we're saying is that we should get a meaningful dip, at least a 20 to 30 minute dip. In order for us to feel really good about it, we want tick to continue to stay negative. Even though it's popping up a little bit, it's nothing. We want it to continue staying negative. We want more sellers than buyers, right? And a premium perspective, we want puts to stay above calls, if you could simply put it. And what we really want to feel really good about this trade is for this tide call premium to come down to. Okay, look at that spike on puts. See that spike on puts? That's what we want. We like that. We like this a lot. And we like this a lot, right, on Tide. So we're seeing put spike both on Tide and SPY. This is constructive for us. Honestly, if you have dry powder, it's not a bad add a little bit more if you're comfortable with the risk. We see VIX holding up. It did close this gap. So, okay, fine. Now I believe in VIX gaps. And the SPY put is like very constructive. Very, 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 very constructive. What's a countermeasure to the constructive nature of SPY put spiking is just how insane market tide is right now. But again, market tide is not as perceptive of future moves for SPX. It's just not, because it includes the entire market. Okay, and naturally as we chop around, theta is going to be a pain in our ass. But this price action doesn't feel too dissimilar from the last MSCI trade. Actually, while we're just waiting and doing nothing, let's look at it. So let's pull up 30-minute chart. How do I... Hmm. Okay, let's use this downtime to look at the May 30th price action and try and compare and contrast a little bit. So I have 30-minute, let's put 10-minute, just so we can see it more clearly. Okay, so here's May 30th. What do we get? So we got a little chop, up, down, up, down, up, down, got a little burst up, and then 9 a.m., 9:10 is when we saw the dip. Who knows if that's how it's going to happen this time, but just so you have a reference, you can see the price. If you're uncomfortable right now, which I can appreciate why, you can kind of see this price action down, down, up, up, chop, chop, move around, and then boom, drop down. And we got from 86 down to 51 to 44. So from that's 40 points on SPX will pay you a decent return, even if you're super red right now. So just keep a mental note of that. I know, Con. It sucks. It's annoying. We just gotta wait. And if you don't like it, get out. Right? It's not a comfortable trade right now, and it was the same way last time. So before last MSCI, I just showed you the SPX chart. Same thing happened last time. So it's uncomfortable. You don't have to trade this. You can get out whenever you want. We have we have okay. Look at Tide now. Tide is now starting to do what I want, and this is fine. I got the same kind of chats last MSCI trade, and then we got the move right. So yeah, I'm okay with the commentary. You guys add whatever you want in here. Like it's fine to express that. Um, but like I said, I'm looking for correct. Exactly, Ross. Yeah. So as long as we keep failing here, we're fine. The little choppy nature. We just have to sit in the discomfort. And you if you size too big, when there was a pretty fair warning not to. Nice. That's awesome, Ross. Yeah, you could just be trading this range. Any pop over 44, you short down to 38. I'm not. Oh, I had the on screen. All right, the public stock account, EOSE, is moving it. I need Hawaiian Electric to keep pumping too. But EOSE is one of my biggest positions. I love seeing that. I know that's not what you guys want to hear, because you want to just focus on this trade. But there's nothing to talk about right now. We want 44 to fix down. These premiums are very bearish. I just like, okay, Tide is a little bullish, whatever. This is quite bearish here. So I'm not trade. I'm uncomfortable with the drawdown. I dislike it. I'd rather it not happen. But I'm not like saying, oh man, maybe if, going back to the weather example, 90% chance of rain, well, okay, maybe we're hitting the 10% chance of sun. No, I don't think that yet. Everything tells me the probability is still there. I'm not saying this is a 90% probability, but it's pretty high. It's because what I'm seeing in SPY premium. So, trade what you're comfortable with, trade what I'm comfortable with. I just share with you what I trade. Well, I hope none of you guys are depressed. I hope you're not saying it because you're feeling depression. But look, I'm very calm right now because I'm confident in my strategy. I'm confident in my strategy. I identify the risks, right? It's not guaranteed. And I'm willing to take a loss. I'm willing to sit in it to see this through. Exactly. Ross, welcome. I'm glad to have you in the Discord. You know exactly what's up. I'm happy to have everybody in Discord, but Ross, we're totally aligned there. I keep checking premiums. Still, there's nothing bullish about SPY right now. This is bearish. This is very bearish. Even if it wasn't MSCI trade right now, I'd short the shit out of this. Okay? I mean, if it wasn't MSCI trade, I'd wait for better confirmation. I would just short pop at 44 or a loss of 38. But my point is, the premiums look quite constructive to the downside. And you heard it from my son, red, market down. So I don't really see any other option. Kirk, sorry, bro. Better luck next time. Just work harder. McCard, what time frame? Usually I like 10-minute. I like 10-minute. I move to 5, but 10-minute is my preferred because that's what I've noticed the most consistent with respecting the 8 EMA. So my preferred like indicator, besides my supply and demand, besides VIX, besides tick, and besides premiums, right? So all of those come first, is then using the 8 EMA. And I want to see, right? So we close this 10-minute candle under. We close this 10-minute candle under. We closed all these 10-minute candles under the 8 EMA. There's no reason to be scared right now, except for looking at your portfolio be red. So we're just going to sit in this, and wait to see if we can, tick is improving a little bit. So in terms of like flag, definitely a flag. You see VIX failing a little bit, definitely a flag. But if you look at premiums, if you look at SPY premiums, which is the best tester of a near-term intraday move on S&P 500, you can see that puts are extremely bearish relative to calls, okay? It can change any moment. This could spike up. We can get really scared. Tick is improving. We see SPX coming up a little bit. But still, SPX, until it closes above the 8 EMA, then you say, okay, I'm a little more nervous now. And then if it closes above 44, then you're like, okay, I'm definitely much more nervous. Until then, you shouldn't be, I should speak for myself. I'm not nervous. Yeah, thank you. It's not. Nothing's guaranteed in trading. We're trading probabilities. If you guys were here during the first MSCI trade, the room was the same. Everybody was freaking out, and honestly, nobody knew my track record. I had no track record. I just started my X account. I didn't have a Discord. I started it. I posted about the data on the MSCI trade. A bunch of people joined and followed me, and the same thing happened. We entered a little early on the puts because it's hard to time it on today, and then everybody was freaking out on the puts, right? Market's not going down. And then lo and behold, I just showed you guys what SPX did. I'm not saying it's guaranteed that's going to happen again. I'm saying it's likely going to happen again. There's a big difference there. But I understand the room. Like, I can read the room and I understand it's nerve-wracking. And again, the same thing happened last time. And then what happened? Everybody made so much money that they didn't even remember the frustrating morning. Exactly. Except I had a shit ton of candy. I had like the supersize candy bars. You know, when you go trick or treating and you go to that house with the big king size candy bars. That's what I had. But I gave you some, like, what's the Raisinets or whatever people don't like. I gave you some of that at first. Yeah, I know that. So that's my point, right, Herc? Like, look, this can fail. It cannot work, and it might not happen again. But same thing happened last time. So this time I'm holding firm to my strategy. I'm going to let it play out how I think it will play out, and I intend for it to work. There's some more risk today, right? Like, I don't like VIX. I don't like this tick. I really like premiums right now. I don't like market tide, but I like SPY, which I care most about. I even think that I'm gonna add some more puts here. So I think I'm gonna add some 30 puts here. I have a lot of contracts across 2 accounts, but I just added a little bit more at 330 of the 30 Ps. Let's see, is that what I got filled at? Yeah, 330. So I still don't like tide, right? Not a guarantee. I added puts because I like this failure here of the 8 EMA. Until the candle closes, it's not certain, at least the way I like trading it. Herc, you're doing it right. Good job, man. Yeah, not 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 you don't want to full port and lose all your money, or get shaken out of a good trade. I think it's a good trade still. And that, okay, you know that person I was telling you about mentioning strong breadth earlier? Now they just posted tick readings pretty sluggish today, mostly neutral. Highest reading was 6666. Hopefully not an omen. So anyway, my point is that breadth is slowing down a little bit, which again is very supportive for a trade. So you guys, I have a lot of size now because I kept adding. I need to now organize my contracts. Okay, so we're starting to see it, right? We're starting to see the crack showing. We're starting to see it a little bit. We've been focused on this put spike on SPY to make us comfortable with the trade, to have confidence that it's going to happen. We are still eyeing this tide, wishing it would slow down a little bit. But we're liking the failure of 44. We're liking the failure of the 8 EMA. We're liking VIX holding up here. We're liking tick being generally weak. So I like the trade. I don't hate it. I keep adding a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. And honestly, I'll keep adding a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, because this, in my eyes, is setting up how I expect it to, not without risk, but. Okay, so see tick here? Watch. This is now suggesting there's more sellers coming in. Breadth has slowed down. VIX filled that stupid gap, which I didn't believe in. Okay, here we go, guys. Feeling a little bit more comfortable, I hope. A little bit more comfortable, I hope. Nothing is guaranteed, but we feel good, I hope. So 38's holding up, right? That's okay. Look at SPY puts. Look at SPY puts. They continue to curl up, okay? We see tide. I wouldn't say that's bearish for calls, but we see SPY puts curling up. So it's okay. It's a natural bounce zone here. This is a very natural bounce zone. Hence why it's marked as a level. It wouldn't be marked at a level if I didn't expect there to be some buying. Or, if we were below, some selling. Okay, we're starting to get our move. Remember I mentioned, look at this tick. It's suggesting we're going to get a move soon. We're starting to see it. Hopefully you all can breathe a little bit more now. We're not out of the woods. So I have my finger on the trigger for at least half of the 25s. That's what I'm going to sell first. I have some limits on the other stuff too. Okay. Premium's not giving us much more. We like the SPY puts. We like that spike, and we're okay. We're comfortable with this 38 test. Very natural spot to test, okay? So we want the 8 EMA continue to fail. This tick up, okay, let's see some buyers stepping in. Still not a concern for me. Let's mark this VIX zone so we have it clear. This was the gap in support. Just chopping a bit. Remember when I pulled up the chart from last quarter? We saw the sell around 9 a.m. So, you know, unless we pop up to 50 before 9 a.m., this is a fine trade. I feel bad for people chasing this to the upside because they're going to get tossed. So even though it's popping above the 8 EMA, it's fine. It has to close above there for me to say, okay, that's, you know, for the last 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes, SPX has continued to fail the 8 EMA. We're just barcoding right now. This looks very similar to the last MSCI trade for the downside move. It is systematic. It is programmed. Okay, so for next time we trade this, maybe I wait a little longer. Or maybe you do. You do what's comfortable to you. I'm using this free time to talk shit on X. Hey, no, Con, look at the chart. I showed you what happened last. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's just calm down. Let's breathe here. 38 is going to fail, in my opinion. If you added with me up here at 45, you did good. We're just testing 38. When it fails, we should see my realistic stretch goal is this 16 to 20 range. I'll mark 20 just so it's clear. This is my goal. Okay, let's see where pre-market low was. Yeah, 16 to 20. I mean, it went down to 14. 16 to 20. And if you're, I'm not going to pick on anybody, but if you are feeling like you're screwed from this trade, although I warned, to size half of a normal MSCI trade, you need to reconsider your risk profile. Okay, look at SPY puts that keep climbing. Okay, we see market tide curling up, very annoying, definitely on watch. SpyNet is still extremely bearish. If this was a bullish formation, we would have, I think at least we would have punched through here. We wouldn't be failing the 8 EMAs. It'd be reversed, right? We'd be basing at 38. We'd reclaim the EMA, base above the EMA, and pop up. And it's doing the opposite. So what does that tell you? So we are going to continue to watch. So we got 5 seconds left. Let's close this below the 8. Okay, good. Even if it pops back up before the candle closes, that is okay. I would love to see the 8 continue to hold as resistance. I will say the risk here is calls are now curling up. Still, puts are still dominant here. But on tide, it's reversing, right? So definitely a risk. Definitely saying, okay, what's happening under the hood? But there's no reason to get shaken out of puts yet. Not one bit, especially with tick being so weak. We need VIX to pop up to at least 1519, and hopefully it blows through 1574. That would be epic. I don't think we'll get that, but that would be phenomenal. VIX moves the implied volatility. So the higher VIX moves, the more premiums your contracts gain. Even if VIX just moves up and everything else stays the same, forget about theta decay, then your premiums go up. Okay, let's look at premiums. Still more bearish. Just tide is very strong right now. Tide is very, very, very strong. Let's see what's driving that. Tesla, MicroStrategy, Eli Lilly. So let's see if VIX can hold this level here. We really want it to, honestly. But as you saw with the prior quarter, the downside move came very fast and out of nowhere almost. So maybe that maybe the index funds all like to sell at 9 a.m. or 12 p.m. Eastern. So we'll continue to watch it. We'll see what happens, but this is going to be slow until it's fast. And I know that sounds like a weird thing to say, but what we saw last quarter is just a very fast move out of nowhere. We're positioned for it, and hopefully appreciate the risk. Tide is going insane. Let's look at Tesla. Yeah, Tesla wants to scream higher. Wow, UUL is going out of control. Tesla's getting so much premium right now. So much. Look at Tesla right here. Right, 22 million in premium. That's what's moving Tide. Yep. Thank you, Tej. Yeah. So let MicroStrategy and this other crap move Tide. I feel bad for that Palantir short guy. I don't know if you guys saw his X. He was short like $1 million Palantir. Could have made a lot of money if he sold, and he has time on him. Maybe it goes down. Okay, so VIX here, definitely on watch. Definitely on watch. Again, I'm not worried. I'm identifying the red flags that could work against us. But like Tej just mentioned in the Slack and in Discord, the move should come around 9 a.m. or before. Definitely in early, but because we know the move can be violent, it's okay to exhibit a 50, 60, 70% drawdown. I know it sounds crazy, and I know if you haven't seen this yet, you don't know what I'm talking about. I hope it happens the way I see it, so then you can say, oh, okay, Chasm was prepared and knew the risk, but also was prepared for the trade and positioned appropriately. For sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, it has to happen today. I'm in zero data expiration, super risky contracts. I will not be happy if it doesn't happen, but I'm also not gonna lose everything I own. Fixed debt is definitely annoying, but if you look at premiums are saying that market will go down. Okay, we should get a violent move soon, in the next 30 minutes minimum, if not sooner. I told you to keep watching the 8 EMA. As long as it continues to fail, we should feel okay. Tick is weak. VIX is weak, no doubt, but we'll see if that changes soon. If for example, can I draw a marker on here? No. But if we see SPY puts come down violently and calls come up violently, then I'll say, okay, guys, short side is done. And it didn't happen. But that's not happening. We're getting the opposite. Puts remain strong, calls remain weak. Now it's starting to see it a little bit on Tide, a little too soon to tell, but we're seeing it. It's easy for me to be comfortable because this is my trade I'm comfortable with, or I know and understand, and I've seen work multiple times. If you haven't seen it, you're shitting bricks. Let's see where this 10-minute candle closes. It doesn't have to close below the 8 EMA, the yellow line. We have to stay under 45 for me to feel good. But ideally, it continues to, the 8 EMA on the 10, this yellow line, continues to stuff down SPX, showing its weakness, showing its hand that it's weak. And I don't know if you just joined the stream recently, but what I was mentioning earlier is where did SPX close yesterday? Yesterday it closed below 44. Where is it? Yesterday we closed below 44. 44 is a critical level, and it's not 100% of the time, but whenever we close below a critical level, it is usually a signal that the market is going to go down. It's not a perfect signal. It's just one that I kind of lean on a little bit. And absolutely, you guys know by now that we cannot leapfrog over levels. That's another, maybe since we have time, I'll explain it. 44 is a big level. I can explain why it's a big level later. But if we, for example, were trading above 44 and closed above 44 yesterday, and we gap way down below 44, I would tell you, and I think I put it in the chat yesterday, that at some point that day, usually, if not the day after, we're going to retest 44 and cash level. So, if we gap down to 6,400, what I would say is expect a bounce in the next day or two up to 44, because SPX you're not allowed to leapfrog over key levels. You have to push through during cash hours with sellers testing those levels. Wait, you've been in here? Okay, it's by puts. Look at puts, guys. Even if we weren't trading MSCI, this is a clear short setup. A very clear short setup. For it to be a clearer short setup, like the clearest, is VIX popping up. But from premiums, this is a very clear short. The move is happening very soon. We keep failing the AEMA. I can just repeat myself over and over again, but I think you know what I'm looking for. So now SPX needs to lose 38. It may bounce back up. It might fuck around. It might try and reclaim. But based on the price action right now, based on premiums, this is a very good short setup. Forget about MSCI. It's just a good short setup in general. Assuming 38 breaks, like forget MSCI Rebalance trade, assuming 38 breaks, just based on this price action and the premiums, it's a good bearish setup. What we need is a violent move. Okay, tick is still weak, right? Tick is still weak. It can't even get positive. Everything here screams short setup. Okay, tick popping up a little bit. Okay, puts curling down a little bit, but so are calls. And you see on tide curling down too. Testing this 38. Some buyer doesn't want 38. Okay, failing the 8 EMA again, giving us comfort in our short, not a guarantee, giving us comfort. There's a lot of areas here to feel comfortable about the short. Maybe your premium dying is what's giving you unease, but from a trading perspective, this is a great short setup. Okay, premiums now. Calls are nuking. This move is coming very ready. Buckle up. This is happening right now. Okay, want to see VIX pop up, want to see tick come down, but this is happening now. So get ready, get your finger on the trigger. This should pop down. Okay, you see calls dying. We lost 38. Bro. Okay, VIX is up above, reclaim this level here. Calls continue to nuke. Puts continue to climb higher. There's no doubt in my mind we're going to get a sell. Does that mean I'm 100% right? No. Does it mean I think I have a high probability of being right? Yes. Okay. So I will execute my trades a little chaotically because I'm across so many different brokerages and different strikes. But TP1 is right here, right? So you can take your TP1 here. I want to see it here at 27, okay? Take a look at premiums. Okay, look at Tide. Tide is now forming into a bearish setup as well. Everything is pointing to a downside move. Wait, actually? Let's see. We're watching paint dry. I like Bitcoin dying a little bit. I like premiums. I like everything about this except for VIX. Even though we're getting this spike in SPX, look at call premiums. They're not moving up materially at all. If anything, puts are moving up, okay? Now, we're about to close this 10-minute candle. I am curious if we close above the 8 EMA. If we do, I will admit, I'll be like, oh no, are we going to retest 44 again? But if you recall from last quarter when we traded this, I traded out of the puts right before the big move. So I'm going to sit in this as long as I can. Okay, 30 seconds left on the 10-minute candle. Let's see where it closes. Okay, so we might close above here. Let's see. Yeah, it closed above. Let's see if it bases above the 8 EMA now. Definitely added some risk to the trade, but what you see is premiums are still on SPY quite bearish, so not too worried yet. And now that we close above the 8 EMA, maybe it tries to base above. We see tick continue to show weakness. Just have to sit patiently. I've never traded this without having a drawdown at first, just so you guys know. Okay, look at tick. Look at tick. This is the sell program that is starting up again. Let's see if it can materialize. Puts continue to climb up. This tick is real. Well, it's almost real. Want to see it get down to at least a 6, 7, 800 level, and then we know the move is actually going to happen. But this tick is real, so we like this. Let's see if SPX can lose 38 and VIX pop above 15. So we want to watch this. We want to see this down tick continue. That's a seller coming in and unloading his shares. I'm I'm nervous for you. Okay, I like that weakness in tick. Just saw a notification on CoreWeave. So CoreWeave, remember I mentioned earlier CEG and like the picks and shovels to NVIDIA, well, or to AI. That's not just chips. CoreWeave is a great one. CEG, like I said, is a great one. VST is a great one. These are all good longs if you have the attention span to trade those right now. I wouldn't trade anything long right now until we get the MSCI move. Okay, look at premiums, guys. Still very bearish. Okay. I like this tick down. I want VIX to reclaim, but what I love most is look at these premiums. This is very bearish, okay? Mean that some aggressive buyer can't come in and keep stepping in at 38. Doesn't mean that's not possible. If you recall, we closed right above 38 yesterday. And last time, if you recall, we just saw a giant drill down. When the move started happening, it was just an insane drill down, like a gnarly, I forget what it was, 20 points at once. So, you know, you go from negative 50%, 60, 70% to plus 50% in a second. Exactly. Only, and exactly. So premiums still suggest a downside move, even if we weren't trading MSCI. Very bearish setup here. This suggests a nuke in the index. Anything can happen. I'll continue to repeat that. But we like the sluggish tick or the weakness in tick. We like weakness in Bitcoin, although honestly it doesn't matter too much. What you want to see is weakness in some mega caps, which you're seeing a little bit with Tesla. Nvidia is just holding very strong. Let's see how Apple's doing. Apple's doing okay. Any move up on SPX is what I call fake until you see calls spike up alongside it. As long as puts are climbing up and calls are not climbing up, then any move up is what I like to call fake. And look, if Trump comes and puts some pretty bullish news out in a flash, oof, it's gonna suck. So you saw that SPX reclaimed the 8 EMA. Now it's basing above. Premiums start looking more bullish. I'm not worried. Right now they're not. I have to step away for 2 seconds. Be right back in a minute or less. Okay, I'm back. Nothing has changed naturally. Look at premiums now. Look at this. Look how puts keep climbing up. If you make this a little wider, you can see a big divergence here. And SPX still moved higher, which is abnormal. But puts continue to climb up. Definitely bearish. I repeat myself to hopefully give you guys some comfort because I imagine you're not comfortable right now if you're looking at your positions. I'm not looking at my positions. All I'm looking at is the chart. I know what I like. I know what I'm trading, and I don't hate this setup. Even if it was an MSCI, this is a good short setup. Obviously, 38 is a big level, so if you buy puts above. Okay, here we get another test of 38. Let's see if this breaks us out of this disgusting chop zone. We got VIX holding up here. Okay, so this move looks like it's setting up quite well. Just to repeat for anybody who joined, we have SPY puts that are climbing up. This is very bearish. We have calls that have been dropping all morning. That is bearish. We have tide that's been unfathomably strong, but that's led by MicroStrategy and Tesla and Eli Lilly. So I don't prefer market tide. Market tide's a secondary. I care much more about SPY. SPY premiums for SPY. We're trading SPX. It makes more sense, right? Okay, so let's see. I mean, I keep saying the move's coming, and it feels like it's coming. And I think it's coming here. I said it here, but somebody came and bid it back up. Okay, let's see if this is the real move. I'm hesitant to say it's happening now because I just did that and it didn't happen. Market SPY call or market tide call is now dumping a little bit. SPY really hanging on to this 38 level with dear life, dear life. And tick is improving. VIX is just basing. So in terms of GAGs, let me show you guys what I look at. It's a good point to bring that up. So I like to look here. You can see how much positive gamma there is at 40. That's what's holding up the market here. You see, like, this is very supportive to the upside once we reclaimed it. So that's why we're struggling so much to push through. But assuming that the rebalance triggers a sell below this gamma level, what became supportive to the upside will become suppressive and cause downside, okay? VIX dying here, definitely a little caution warranted. Tick moving up, caution warranted. Puts curling down, caution warranted. So caution here. Doesn't mean I'm scared of the trade, but in terms of confidence, that definitely shakes it a little bit. So let's see. I'm expecting this to happen in the next few minutes. It doesn't have to happen in the next few minutes, but that's what I'm expecting. If we look at the data I shared with everybody in the morning note, max drawdown typically happens by 9:30, 10. Pacific. So it should happen soon. So this tick up here, definitely hate that. And then this call curling up, I hate that too. This tick, if it continues to improve, it's definitely gonna throw some kinks in the trade. For now, just painfully watching. Even though calls are curling up here, you see puts curling up too. There's no reason to believe yet that this move is done. And remember last time, I got faked out at the last minute. So I'm not going to let that happen this time. I'm going to sit in this as long as possible. I would be more protective of the capital here if I knew there was a guaranteed upside coming, because I would just trade that mostly with most of my size. But that tick is, definitely bullish. You have this call curl that's definitely bullish. Fix nuking, definitely bullish. A lot of bullish signs here now forming. Calls curling up. Tick getting healthy again. Fix nuking. Now you guys want to cut the trade, and if you do, cut it. Move on. I'm sitting in this until I see it through. It'd be comical if the sell comes at the same time as last time. Okay, you see calls are now coming down. We can not be so nervous anymore. We can see SPX failing a little. Let's see where the 10-minute candle closes. We can see tick coming down a little bit. VIX coming back above support. Just a little choppy. It'll be comical if we get the sell right at 9. Like, it'll be hilarious. So if you guys, yeah, just you need to be patient with this trade. We're trading a setup that typically happens. It doesn't always follow price action or anything else, but price action even there is quite good for a setup to the downside. I think if we continue basing above the AEMA, it gets a little worse. Last time I got faked out right as it started pumping. It did this. It did the same thing last time actually. We had a dip, it reclaimed, it started dipping again, and then pumped up, and then stopped me out of my puts. I'm gonna do another ad at 44 if we get there. But don't be mistaken. This is now getting bullish, right? This is a bullish formation now. So if I get a little bearish confirmation or a kiss at 44, blindly add. No stop loss. Nope. Okay, let's get a kiss at 44 so I can add. Okay, let's look at premiums. Premiums look quite bullish here, but I don't trust it. So as a result, I'm going to add even more 30 puts. Make sure I hit buy this time. I'm going to add them right here, right now. Buy to open market. Got filled at 183. Look at tick, right? Tick is now weakening again. This is just really choppy. We're still in the short zone. Premium's getting bullish. This is pretty bullish on premium aspect. You have calls curling up, puts curling down, both side and SPY net. I'm adding because I still have conviction in my trade. I think 44 will fail. And those last ads I put at 183, assuming the move happens, it's going to be a pretty significant trade. Added a little more. Not going to post it. I have a lot of 6430 puts. An unhealthy amount of them. Like a very unhealthy amount. Calls curling down here at the key 44 level. Nvidia quite strong. Apple quite strong. Tick is weak though. We have calls curling down, puts curling up. Adding puts at 44 is the move. Everybody has lost hope. They think they're going to lose all their money. It's definitely possible. I might lose all my money that I put into this trade, but I'm still in it. I still think it's going to happen. Look at tick. This is a lot of weakness on tick. Now, what we want to see is for this to also move the market down, and we want to see VIX come up. So, but this is showing cracks in the foundation. Okay, here we go. Getting that selling coming through on SPX now. We see VIX coming up. But remember, 8 EMA was key for me, and we reclaimed it barely. So let's see where this 10-minute candle closes. If we drill down here to test 38 again, there's no doubt in my mind we're going to get a bigger downside move. Okay? So let's see where this wants to close. Puts and look at calls. So puts are now curling up again. Calls are curling down again. This, again, builds confidence in the short, especially on the ads at 40. Those puts are very cheap. I mean, if you think about it, it's super far to the money, maybe not cheap in most people's eyes. But if you're planning on this downside move, buying the 30 puts at 180 is not bad. Okay, give me a little bit more weakness in mega cap. Give me a spike in VIX. Moving to the 5-minute just to get a little bit more fine detail on this. Not much to share, just waiting to see what we do at 44. That's going to be a big clue. We have to fail 44. We can poke above again and fail, but we need 44 to fail. If you look at just SPX alone, this looks quite bullish, right? You have holding 38, you have a reclaim of an 8 EMA, and you have this pump up to retest this key level here. My bet, obviously, is that it fails. My bet, obviously, is that 38 fails. And my bet is that we at least kiss 27, if not 20. If that happens, the 30 puts will be almost a 10 bagger, at least a 5 bagger. Okay, now we're actually testing 45, 44 level. Once we reclaim the AEMA and the premiums look different, right? This is changing the setup, but the MSCI trade is still there in the background. We're still waiting for a sell program to hit the tape aggressively, okay? The risk for today was it didn't happen at end of month. So that is the risk. But when I looked at the tapes in the past, the sell does happen. Maybe I have to take a 60% draw, 90% drawdown first, but it's going to happen. Look at calls now. Look at calls dropping down again. Just very choppy, but still have confidence that the downside move happens. Annoying how long it's taken. I'm going to add a few more 30s. Should I? Let me see. I'm starting to oversize a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to add a few more 30s here soon. Added a few. Maybe it doesn't work, but just so you guys know for transparency, they got filled at 185. Let me post it in the chat. Okay, this is definitely quite bullish here, if that's not obvious from the tape. What we need here is a pretty quick failure of 45. Not getting the sell when I wanted it. VIX is weak. We knew that today's setup was a little less certain given the day that it was taking place and the last minute change. There's still no reason to think it's going to fail. I just keep adding puts. I keep adding. Okay, 44 seems to be failing now. VIX is failing quite a bit, but we need VIX obviously to come back up. Pretty bullish reclaim of 44. Pretty bullish action for SPX on VIX. No bullish action on premiums. Nothing here suggests upside, the downside. There's nothing bullish about this. All right, I have nothing to add, right? No commentary to add here. I still don't hate it. This is definitely bullish. Obviously, I'm nervous about the trade now. I don't like it as much now. This looks terrible now, but I still have confidence in this trade panning out. Less so than before, naturally. I'm not enjoying this drawdown. It's very annoying. It's not happening how it happened in the past. But that doesn't stop me from pulling out, or staying in, rather. Okay, it just got quite bullish. Look at this call spike. Look at this put dump. So this trade might fail. So this is a very bullish formation now on premiums. Not confirmed yet, but definitely a formation. I don't buy it. I'm not selling my puts. You guys manage your risk how you want to manage your risk. I am sitting in this. Okay, calls coming down a little bit is good. Let's see if we can get a failure of 44, put us back in this chop zone. Let's see if we can get any premium confirmation here. So calls dying a little bit is fine. Just tide has been so strong this whole day. Okay, they're spiking up. This is very bullish for SPX now. Look at this call spike. Look at this put dump. This is quite bullish for the index. This can rip quite a bit. Again, I'm putting my faith in the MSCI Rebalance. It hasn't failed me before. I hope it doesn't fail me here. But make no mistake, this is hyper bullish here. Both premiums on SPY premiums and Tide. Okay? So make no mistake, this is bullish. No reason to add. I'm tempted to, but no reason to add and just average down yet. I want to see some kind of confirmation that says the trade is on and we will get the dump. For my last put add, I'm going to add some on a kiss of 50, and then if it doesn't work, Godspeed, we'll get the next trade. This should still pan out, but honestly, it looks quite bullish. Like, this premium is very bullish, price action's bullish, VIX is bullish, tick is bullish. If VIX can bounce off the support area here and SPX fail 50, ideally we get the dump from there. But this looks like this, everything about this screams bullish, except for my background history with MSCI Rebalance, which typically works best at the end of month. Okay, VIX at support. I'm going to do one more add of puts. I'm going to do it early. Do it here. Godspeed. Added some of the 44 puts for 420. Okay, that ad, risky ad. Everything looks like it's going up, but I'm still putting my faith in the MSCI trade. I've seen it work countless times before. You know, although I don't love it on a non-optimal day like today, where it's not a Friday at month end, I still have my faith in it. I think most people have lost their faith. Frankly, I don't love it. I'm annoyed by the price action so far, but I'm holding my head up with confidence that my trade will pan out. And so, okay, like let's see if this downside continues. Those 44 puts or 45 puts, maybe they work out great. I think for those, I'm going to set a stop at $3, maybe 290. So I put a stop at those on 290. Just because I'm adding here doesn't mean I'm doing zero stops all the way. Call spike or put spike here, right at VIX support. VIX is bouncing up. Doesn't mean anything yet. As we've seen, it's been a tricky day. Okay, look at this tick down right as this put spiked. We're right at this wick, right? These sellers are coming in now. VIX is now pumping up a little bit. 44, let's see if we can push through. It'll be a tough one. But if we can push through and push through the EMAs, then we should be able to breathe a little bit on this trade. Okay, so we're just going to keep sitting in it. If you're in my Discord, you know that this isn't my normal style of trading. I normally trade much more selectively. I normally trade more risk appropriately. I normally listen to my signals, but I'm not trading my style right now. Today is a special day, and I'm just trading MSCI Rebalance. That's it. So I sit in the drawdown. I added puts I keep adding puts on the way up. Do I recommend it for everybody? No. Is it how you can lose all your money? Yes. Okay, we're just testing 44 now. Doesn't mean we're going to drop below, but that tick down and this put spike up and this call drop down and this put spike up and this call tempering, I would call it, suggests it should work out. Now, I've said that before. We got faked out. I could save my breath and not talk, but hopefully it's helpful to share my thinking. So 44 is that level, big level. We need a retest, unfortunately, because SPX broke through. It's not going to be as easy to push through. Tick is improving. VIX got that bounce, which helped move SPX down, but now it's kind of fading back a little bit. They're still net bearish with SPY puts being much higher premium than SPY calls. But I'm going to sit in this, I'm going to sit in it, I'm going to sit in it. Trump just made a comment about nuclear. CEG might get a nice bid off that. BST might get a nice bid just on the energy sector. Let's keep a close eye on CEG. Just checking the rest of the names. Again, I don't want to add any calls here. I'm still very in favor of a downside move. Obviously, it's not happening the way I wanted. So bouncing off 44, as I mentioned, key level, be hard to push through. Just taking a quick look at premiums. Premiums still look more bearish than they do bullish. Price action is suggesting otherwise. Caps now are curling down, calls are curling up. This is now becoming quite bullish again. As you can tell, it's quite shaky. It's just all over the place. I'm only comfortable averaging down on a day like today. Okay, every other day, this is terrible risk management. It is stupid. You should never do this. You will burn your account alive doing this. The only reason I'm doing it is because of the MSCI trade. I'm up a massive 3% on that last ad. Really saving my portfolio today. Look at premiums, okay, turning bearish again, very choppy, no direction, no clear insight there. Just using MSCI trade as my guide. I expect a lot of people are pretty unhappy right now. I understand. I put my plan in front of you. If it doesn't work, I get it. I get the frustration. I still am betting real money that it's going to happen. And you saw I keep adding. So I could be wrong. I still don't think I'm wrong. I'm definitely wrong on my entry, but I still don't think I'm wrong in terms of this working to the downside move that I expect. I still am looking for 20 to hit on SPX today, not tomorrow, today. Obviously, it's harder now. I think what I mentioned the other day, that people just ignore me, maybe that is still true, where I've been trying to be as crystal clear that today's not the right day to max full port your portfolio. But I think people maybe got too excited, didn't listen. I'm pretty heavy now after all those ads, for what it's worth. Like, if this doesn't pan out the way I want it, it's gonna hurt and take me a little bit of time to rebuild. But look at calls. I mean, this was looking bullish. You had this confluence here, where a convergence here, where SPY puts were coming down, calls were curling up, but now that's flipping. I think the main risk we've had all day is market tide. This tick move up, not great. Unfortunately, I just have to sit in it. Wait. Okay, so I think some of you guys said my contracts are zero. This is failing. I'm going to lose all my money. If that's true, then the question is, if these come back to some profit or some premium or some value, the question is, do you see the trade through, or do you just take whatever's left and run? So that's what you got to ask yourself on a dip to 44. That's what you have to ask yourself on a dip to 38. Those are the questions you need to figure out the answers to. Okay, you can see CEG starting to catch a decent bid. KRE, oh man, KRE is just flying. Regional banks, just epic. If you were in the Discord a month ago, we caught, I think, a six-bagger from here to up here. It was epic. And I was tempted to add here. I hesitated, and wow, it's doing phenomenal. Give me the move. This is really annoying, and I think I've lost most people's trust in this trade. Ideally, every other day my trades are solid. This, we're playing a different trade on a day that isn't perfect, and so definitely heightened risk. SPX price action is bullish. Getting later and later in the day. Pretty unfortunate. Transparently, where my head's at is questioning, is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? I'm starting to lose my patience. I'm starting to wonder if it will. What gives me comfort is the SPY premiums suggest the downside has yet to have occurred. This is again very bearish formation on SPY. Obviously, if calls curl up and SPY puts curl down, that'll be a different story. Pretty good profit on NEM if you're in that with me. Up 110% on this trade. It's breaking out. I'm not eager to sell. Not yet. I might trim a little bit today. Don't get too excited yet on this drop down. It's a blip. We still have so much work to do. So much work to do. I don't have much to say. You know the drill. Looking for it to retest 44 and fail, right where those EMAs are now building up. And then ideally we just slice through. You look at the 5-minute EMAs are building here. Just got to watch and patiently wait. If you exited the trade, I don't blame you. I'm still fully in. I've been adding. I don't have any exits. I'm fully in. Tick is now, remember it was so weak. Now it's getting stronger. VIX has been weak. I think it can change pretty drastically, pretty quickly. Right now, it looks more bullish than bearish, at least on my key indicators. I'm still quite bearish. Premiums are still very bearish. This isn't necessarily bearish. SPX is just basing here. It could pop through. If I wasn't biased on the MSCI trade, I would have been long. Like I mentioned, it looked good. Okay, VIX failing. SPX looks like it wants to pop through. We have a big positive gamma zone that's acting as a magnet to 55. So it might pop up to there. I don't have any stops except for my 45 puts that I added recently. There's nothing to stop anymore, frankly. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what happened with premiums. Still bearish. There's still bearish premiums. Until this materially changes, I'm not as worried as I would be. You're worried, I understand. Let's see if we can get another test of 44 and a failure of it. But until premiums turn bullish, then, screw it. I'm sitting in everything as long as possible. There's nothing left of some of the contracts, but let's see. I'm not getting too excited about that sell yet. Until we get below 44, I'm not breathing as well as I would. So we need under 45, 44 for me to breathe a little bit more comfortably. And then, obviously, we need below 38 to feel good about the trade again. And then, to state the obvious some more, we need 27 to take some profits. There won't be a ton, but there'll be some, especially if you added with me on the way up. And then we want 20 to really maximize this trade. And you're like, oh, shoot, there's nothing left. But if you added the 25 puts and before 12 p.m. Pacific, we get to 20, those puts will be in profit a decent chunk. Maybe not a lot. Maybe it's back to where. Remember, when we started the trade, we were up 50% off the bat. Maybe we get back to up 50%. But if you added with me all the way up, then there might be some healthy profit for you in store. But not until we break down 44 and 38. Until then, we're just patiently waiting, hoping a little bit for this trade to pan out the way that is intended. Right now, everything still looks fine in terms of if you're a bull, it's like, okay, just holding the EMAs, VIX is weak, tick is fine, but premiums are definitely bearish. So let's see. Still no sigh of relief for me yet. This is now turning into a huge support zone. If you follow my trading style on normal days, you know that if I'm bullish, I like longing here at support and EMAs. It's like the perfect setup to bounce. So, let's see if it does bounce. This tick down is great, but without VIX moving, I don't see anything happening. But now we're feeling a little bit less uncomfortable, maybe not by much. Premiums are still disgustingly low if you didn't add the 45s with me. Sorry, I didn't see the chat. Responding to stuff now. So days like today are probably the worst days to run a Discord because obviously we're not making money yet. So I don't like it. Well, Dre, you need to read to my morning. You should have read my morning. What, dude? Are you joking? It's comments like that that piss me off. I've been super clear this whole time that today is not the ideal setup. I knew that the downside or the upside would not happen as cleanly. I felt like the downside would happen, but this was not the ideal setup for MSCI. Like I couldn't have been more clear. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said size half down. You guys are grown-ups. Make your own trades. And don't let today look. I take it back. I'm not upset by that comment. It's fine. Don't let today jade your idea of like the trades that we place. Okay. The trades today was a different trade. It's not my normal trading style. It's an event. So um, it's okay. I understand the frustration, but don't let today be the downing cloud, the Debbie Downer, the dark cloud that looms over your view of like the success we have in here. This is not a normal trading day for me. This is trading an event. Anyway, I know there's tension because we're losing money. I'm losing money, and if you're viewing my trading journal, then and took my trades, you're losing money too. Okay, it happens. The trading day is not over yet. We're testing 44. It looks bullish. This is a nice bull flag, right on support. But if the support fails, which premiums suggest it can fail, then I think we will be less. There will be less fighting in the chat. But it's okay. I get it. Now, what I'd love for it to happen now is that we just nuke down. Everybody forgets about the issue, and we just move on. Okay, tick is going down. Premium still just kind of mixed there, sitting there. Okay, look what VIX is doing as we're fighting. Look what VIX is doing. It's building up a little bit of a base here. If we check premium, still nothing there to switch through. If you just looked at SPX on its own, you forget any other signal. This is not bearish, right? Retesting key supply, has beautiful support there, and can just rocket up to 55, right? That is, if I were just looking at SPX alone, didn't think about anything else, that's what this price action tells me. It says, look, we tested, we broke down, looked below, and failed a key level. We built back up based on it and shot up, and now we're just basing around it. If I just looked at SPX alone, this is going to rocket up, okay? But if you look at VIX and you look at premiums and you know about the rebalance, then you hope, you think, you expect that not to happen. Okay, so like I said, bullish formation here. If I were just looking at SPX, that is bullish. Now we're seeing premiums confirm it. We have puts coming down, calls going up on Tide and SpyNet. This probably rips up, is my guess. But because I have this bias with MSCI, I'm not gonna trade that or expect that fully yet. But based on my signals, if I were trading this normally, I would say, ooh, this is not a bad long setup right here. But because I'm trading MSCI, everything is out the door. Okay, my risk is out the door. My read of SPX is out the door. All I'm looking is for bear confirmation. That's it. So let's see if SPX can nuke below 44. Like Dre said, all we need is a 40-point drill down. It's not much to ask for. Still looks quite bullish on SPX, frankly. So if MSCI was working the way it should, this bottoms around, so today's not the right day. Okay, let me make that clear, since sometimes it's not. On a normal MSCI day, what would happen is we would bottom in between 9 and 10:30ish, and I'd be loading up on calls. But this is not the right setup for that. The reason why I'm not so worried about SPX is if you look at the last time we did a weird rebalance date. How do I find it? The last time we did a weird rebalance, I don't know how to. I'm such a old person. I don't know how on here. I'm going to show you May 27th, I believe, 2021. Oh, there it is. No? How come I can't figure out how to get the date range on here? Whatever. Look at May 27, 2021, and look at the price action. and look at today. So again, pretty bullish on SPX here. There's nothing bearish about this price action here. Very supportive, basing on the EMAs, exactly what you want to see if you're a bull. We don't want to see, though, and why none of this move makes any freaking sense, okay, at all, is this premium on SPY does not add up with the price action, which is why I think there can continue. I still believe, although with lower confidence, that there will be a nuke down. I don't even want to make money on this trade anymore. I just want people to not be upset, frankly. So, you know, take my money, take my fake profits when they come, because I give them to you. I don't care, honestly. What I know is I know that if this trade loses, I know I can make back the trade tomorrow, the next day, the day after. So this is quite bullish here. Let's see if that pans out. I would like a gross, ugly, out of the blue failure. That's what I want. As of now, this is very bullish. Maybe on that time frame, let me see what you're looking at on the 5-minute. I don't know, maybe. My style, if you look at this here from this touch of 38, this look below, look, just if you take an aggregate everything, look below in failure of a key level, reclaimed, held support, held, and then pushed higher into the next level. And then you have this flagpole here and this flag forming here. That's bullish to me, to my style, and the way I interpret the chart, which is where the art comes in. This is a bull flag here on the 10-minute. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope you're right. We had a little bit of a call spike here on SPY, but it seems to be coming down a little bit. Tick is moving up. This trade, the more and more this goes on, the more it looks like it's going to fail. We should have had the move a lot sooner. I'm not giving up all my faith yet, because right now we're still in this chop zone, and premiums just net still look bearish. We need one big downside move in order for price action to match what I'm seeing in the premiums. It's still quite bearish premiums on SPY net. Honestly, I feel like I should just close my laptop, close my eyes, let my one stop trigger if it stops on the 45s, and then let everything else grind to zero or hit my profit targets. What is that, Con? SPX. Oh, for some reason, SPX never makes sense to me. Like, it doesn't work for me. But you're on SPY, so you mean SPY. Oh, I see. I've never used SPX successfully. I've only used SPY, and as you know from being in my room, use it quite successfully without looking at SPX ever. Also, I'd be more upset if I was failing with my normal style. It's like, oh man, I'm failing everybody. My trading isn't working, and I would be upset. But this, look, we're playing an event trade. We're playing it on a day that didn't line up perfectly. I warned multiple times over the week and in my morning note and in my trader chat, size down. So, could fail. That's cool. No, I see this I see a cold spike right now. I don't see that. Anyway, okay, good. This is coming down a little bit. I know I did. I'm doing that here. I have it. All right, so now we're testing this big level I've been talking about. If we fail here below the EMAs, then we want to see this continue down to 38. I really hope, for the sake of everybody, again, not even for profit, just for the sake of the camaraderie in the group, I really just want this trade to work out so everybody can live happy again. I can feel the frustration. It's coming out. It's okay. I understand. So those 45s I added and Ross added are doing pretty good. I'm not even looking at them. I'm not focused. Look, I'm not focused on little moves. I'm going for the full trade. I'm going for the full trade. Looking at premiums, nothing compelling yet to say, oh, this is going to nuke, especially because calls are curling up again. But price action, this failure is a pretty clear failure, and there's no EMA sitting at support anymore. So my guess is the move frustrated everybody until it was ready to stop everybody out and then move. I don't know. We'll see. I'm half retarded, so I kept all my trades open. And I'm hopefully you could tell the sarcasm, facetiousness. I'm not being retarded. I'm just trading my plan the way I wrote up my plan, and I wanted my plan. Still not seeing any confirmation from a premium basis. It looks like a quick reclaim. Ideally, look, if we reclaim 44, I'm going to throw in the mental towel. But so far, I like this a lot. There's no, don't reclaim. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. That's pretty bullish right there. Couldn't break down. Now, obviously, it still has room to break down, but wow, that is not providing me with a lot of confidence right now. We needed, that was the breakdown we needed. Now it's just reclaiming and gonna push up. But look at premiums again. Premiums are more bearish than bullish, but price action on SPX, that was a very nice hold for the bulls. Just being objective, right? VIX is, you see where VIX got held up here, right at 1491, that resistance. So that's helping SPX catch up. I mean, both are at key levels, right? SPX at 44, VIX at 1491. Premiums, again, more bearish than they are bullish. So you can try to fail again. But that was, okay, here's VIX again. Let's see if it can actually make the move this time. I didn't, Ross. I didn't. I'm fully in this to, I'm going to let them, I did put a stop on them. So I'm not going to let them go to zero, but no profit. I'm going for glory. Okay, tick is failing a little bit. You know, this reclaim is really bullish, but VIX popping up a bit, tick coming down. This may fail again. If this fails again, that'll be great. So let's see where this 10-minute candle closes. If we fail 44 again, with VIX how it's acting, how tick how it's acting, premiums how they're acting, I'm building a lot more confidence in this moving down. Okay, as I was talking, we're seeing that now. So you can see now I'm in my normal trading behavior. It's like, okay, what's VIX doing? You see it popping up. You saw tick coming down. You saw premiums. Even though price action on SPX was objectively quite bullish, especially on that reclaim, the other clues were there that it would fail. And lo and behold, it failed. Well, it looks to be failing. So not anything to keep hyper note of or like to read into too much rather. But this call spike curl down is interesting for me. Nothing noteworthy or nothing to full port on, but noteworthy nonetheless. Really, my eyes here. What are we going to do? Big level, 44 in EMAs, big level. With VIX, the way VIX is moving, this is going to fail. And if it fails, I have no doubt in my mind we test 38 again. Tick is getting quite weak. Buyers really fighting to hold support here. I hope they lose it. Tick and VIX says it's going to fail. Okay, keep your eye on VIX, guys. This is going to move down. I'm very confident in it. As long as VIX holds above 1491, I am pretty confident in this moving down, especially with where it ticks at. Unfortunately, I have to use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Not a dump, but yes. That is hilarious. Okay, somebody killed some calls here. That might move the index up. They're really fighting to hold this support. But because of VIX, I still am pretty confident this fails. Pretty high confidence. If I wasn't in puts, excessive amount of puts right now, I would short this. Not to say it's like a risk-free trade because we're right at support. It's a dangerous spot. But if we get the failure I'm looking for, based on VIX, based on tick, then it can be a meaningful return. But check it out. Look at market tide. Market tide continues to remain insanely bullish. It's very annoying. But let's see. Let's see. Not a big Lord of the Rings fan, but I think I get it. Okay, VIX failing a little bit, tick improving a little bit. That spike was notable. Now you're seeing SPX pump a little bit, right? Tide is getting more bullish. SPX SPY net is getting a little bit more bullish. But based on VIX, VIX does not climb up like this. Look where VIX started to climb up. When SPX, I guess it was already low. Let's see, maybe that's all we got. What IBKR has that other platforms don't have is a sell everything, market sell. I love that feature because when you have what I have going on right now, it is so helpful to just, okay, nuke everything. Okay, VIX is failing a little bit. Premiums are getting bullish again. SPX holding this critical level. This was, like I said, a very bullish wick. I want VIX to continue its climb up to have confidence in this going down. Let's look at the daily on SPY to get any clues there. So the bottom today was holding the 8 EMA, right? So the 8 EMA sits right at this level here, 64.29. Oh, let's just look at it on SPX. The 8 EMA sits right here at 64.28, which is also a critical level because it's the prior all-time high, which is why that is holding firm. Very, very hard to push through. Tick's still relatively weak, guys. There's no strength here. That bid up was very confusing. One from a tick perspective, two from a premium perspective. Just repeat the same thing. All right, so 44 holding up like a champ. EMA is holding up like a champ. Look below, fail. Another very bullish sign. So far, it's holding. Yep, pretty bullish. Look at him now, quite bullish. Squeeze up. Tick is now improving a little bit. Calls, yeah, this is getting quite bullish here. Squeezing up. Tick is improving. Let's see if 48 fails. VIX is now degrading. Premium in that or forming into something bullish. I'm not going to buy it yet. Very bullish formation here. This is pretty bullish. No question about it. Continue and follow through, I don't know. I think I'm done trading the MSCI bias. So now I'm going to try and trade this normally how I would. I'm still holding my puts fully, but now I'm evaluating to see this more objectively. I'm not buying calls here. I don't trust this move yet, but I do want to be clear that I'm not, okay, if that's a failure, okay, I like that, I like that. This is a good failure for puts. It could be a false breakdown, but I like it. Okay, I added back the 45 script. I added a lot too. Maybe this fails, I'll add risky here. The reason I like it is that was a nice look above and fail of that level, but it doesn't mean anything if the 8 EMA holds again. With VIX up here too, I don't hate this for that new short entry. It's annoying to go from 185 to 310. Sorry, what did I get stopped at? I got stopped at 382 to 310. Okay, not that bad. Still very bullish on a premium perspective. Really like that quick failure here. That should have rocketed up. So maybe this is trapping me short. It very well could be. I'm not tilting. I'm thinking as objectively as possible. I'm not trying to chase. And objectively, I like that failure, but we still need to get through the 8 EMA. So this could be another failure on that SPX put. I'm okay with that. I mean, not really, but I can accept it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's keep that going down. Let's keep that nuke. VIX is curling up. Puts are now curling down, or calls are now curling down. Puts are curling up. I don't hate this. I like this a lot. Well, obviously. Let's see if bears can push it through 44 again. I have unreasonable amount of size on those. Well, not unreasonable, but I have a big size on those put ads. It's risky, but that should have rocketed up. That was a big failure on the bulls. Big. I can't understate enough. That was a big failure. So now we're back at 44. If this pushes through based on that failure, we broke down the EMAs. Bulls need to really bounce here in order for this to not fail further. VIX is popping up. Tick is not that weak, honestly. And premiums are still more still curling up. So this could bounce back, right? I need to be very, very tight with this ad. I cannot lose more. I don't want to average down. I don't want to blow up my account. That's how you do it with SPX trading, is you average down like we did today, but with the intention of sizing smaller and anticipating a trade, the MSCI trade. Not a normal trading day for me. Hopefully not a normal trading day for you. Now, if we fail 44, those 45 ads I did are going to make me a lot of money. Tick is definitely weaker here. We might get the sell finally after losing all hope. I wouldn't say I'm super confident about it, but enough to have put size on that recent ad. Okay, bulls need to show up here. They really need to step in here. Okay, bulls are doing a good job. They're stepping in. Give me my nuke. Give me my nuke. Come on. Big spot right here, guys. Pay attention. Get ready. Bulls can pop this up. There's no guarantees. Just like, okay, just like how I called this being bullish, this was not equally, but similarly bearish. If this can complete and fail the EMAs and close below 44, that put ad is going to be a pretty good trade. VIX is ticking up too. 40% on those puts. It was pretty big size for my account. I'm not going to sell here. I'm not taking any profits. I want to see the trade flow through. I'd rather get stopped out than sell early. But I do understand the risk. I do understand this is a big level and that SPX can pop up here in an instant if buyers come in and really are adamant about protecting this level. But if they can't come in and protect it, this is going down, a straight shot down to 38. or you're going to be laughing all the way to the bank. Because you took profit and I didn't. So far, bulls, I'm going to turn this to the 5-minute. I just want to see this a little bit more in more fine detail. Look at VIX. VIX is inching up. Nothing yet in premiums that confirm this downside yet. More so than what we've been talking about all day. Except now we're seeing a little curl up in puts. Good. Come on, sellers, come in. Push it down. There we go. A little more. Keep going. Watch that tick down. I might take profit here at 42 on some of it. Okay, keep going. I'd like to get 2x on some before I take any profit. From a levels perspective and a risk perspective, you need a trim at 42. I'm pushing this as hard as I can. Because if the trade is all wacky today and the sell is still to come, these 45s can be an insane trade. But we closed below the 8 EMA again. That was just one tick up above. Actually, no, it based up above a while. Okay, but I like VIX here. Let's see. Buyers have to be exhausted. Sellers came in with some new energy. Give me the drill. Give me the drill down. Nothing yet in premium say it's going to get me what I want, but price action has been the tell so far, and that says this should fail more. Then you combine that with the MSCI bias. We haven't seen the sell yet, so the sell should be coming at some point. This was not the sell in my eyes. This was not the sell. Puts are curling up here. See how puts are curling up? I like this. What I don't like as much is calls are kind of staying where they are. But generally, I like this quite a bit. Still have a lot of work to do. If you didn't add any puts because you ran out of buying power, we have a lot of work to do on those. If you added the 45s with me, we have some work to do. We're sitting in a decent profit. I'm okay breaking even on it. Obviously, I'd rather not, especially given my other positions, but each trade is its own trade. This is a new trade. I like VIX, I like tick. Everything is setting up perfectly for me to be very comfortable with a good short. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Working in probabilities and in my head, the way this is panning out from what I like to see is very, 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 very constructive for a short setup. In order for us to get a drill down, I want to see calls come down a little bit, which I'm not seeing yet. But I do like how puts are curling up. My favorite thing about this is that we lost 44. Again, for a second time. So buyers thought they had it, and then sellers said, wait a second, we're not done. But remember the big gamma zone here at 40 that we talked about earlier. It's going to be hard to get through. So if you're holding puts and you're holding for Valhalla, just know it's very risky. I'm now looking at premiums. I know price action looks great if you're in puts, but I need to see calls come down a little bit. Although the puts climbing is fine. And if you remember, just on a daily basis, from a daily basis, we can see that puts have led the path all the way up on SPX. It didn't make any sense. None of it made sense. I'm not taking any profit yet. I'm holding my puts. I want to see the Grandmaster nuke. The nukes. Sellers are in control. They're in control. Buyers can step in at 38. As we've seen, it's a big level. VIX is telling me this wants to go lower. Just very focused on watching this price action. I like VIX. VIX is right now my main clue because volumes have been out of whack, but I use that in conjunction with this understanding that puts have led the way. This jump in SPY did not make any sense to me. It just didn't make any freaking sense. So I'm using that historical context of the day combined to say, okay, I'm in puts. The new position I added very healthily in profit. Biggest single leg trade I made so far. Not well, so the other puts definitely similar size, but I scaled into them. This is a very big trade for me, but I'm okay with it going break even. I am aware that this can change on a moment's notice. This probably won't happen, but if we get a 100-point drop, which would be insane, I will do something very fun for the chat. Like very, very, very fun. Honestly, if we go to 6,400, I'm gonna do a really fun surprise for everybody. I don't think we'll get there, but just know if we get there, expect some fun. I don't know what that looks like yet, but I will spend some money to make the chat fun. Not that it's not already fun. I still haven't trimmed. I'm in 85% profit on size, and I'm not trimming yet. I'm eager to. I'm getting close to at least taking a third off. Okay, I'm gonna take a third off. Let's see what I get called at. 660. That's great. That was a great trade. I walked you guys through it. I know it's been a tough day, but we try and turn lemons into lemonade. Okay? We do not give up, push forward, keep our focus. We trade our plan, stay objective, blah, 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 all that stuff. Okay, I'm taking another 20% off at 840. Okay. I'm mostly placing these trades, these added trades, and most of the trades today in my Robinhood account because I wanted to show off on X. And so if this works out, my equity curve is going to look so funny today. So let's see what happened to premiums during that. Call is still holding up okay. And on Tide, they're curling up. This is a very healthy, normal bounce, very key level, 38. Buyers are stepping in, shorts are covering. But look at VIX. VIX is staying steady. It is staying high, which means that we should get another drop down. So I don't know if anybody took that with me. If you did, please share. I want to hear. Look, I understand there are some losses today, a decent amount. So I'm aware of that. But also, please share the wins. If my conviction on that trade, knowing I sized up, worked for you, please share it. Thank you for sharing. So tick is improving a little bit. VIX is still holding steady. There's no reason to think this is anything else but buyers protecting their zone, not well, with a combination of short covering. Meaning, uh, I expect a retest and a breakdown. Does it mean we'll get it guaranteed? No, but I took good profits on those 45s. Still have half the entire position riding. This man, GG's. little bit more of a bounce than I want. Nothing I'm concerned about. It's very normal for SPX to bounce at a key level on a sell-off like that, come back up, retrace, test EMAs, and then drop back down. I don't know if we'll get it. Based on VIX staying relatively elevated and knowing where put premiums have been all day, I think we can get it. But right now we're in the war room. This feels like a war room. We're all in this together. We're fighting the good fight. This is a little bit more of a punch up than I would have wanted. So definitely cautious a little bit. Pretty, I don't know. I'm trying to think objectively. Is that a bull? I can get rid of this. Is that a bullish wick or not? Definitely feels maybe a little bit more than short covering since we didn't drill down immediately after. Let's look at the 5 EMAs, 5-minute EMAs. What you want to see for this to continue down is a failure here at the 5 EMA. So if you are risk tolerable and you believe in the downside, which I think is debatable, but then this is a great spot to enter short with maybe your defined risk at 44. So you can short 2 points there. Sorry, you can short here with 2 points of risk. We see tick coming down. Again, I'm not adding because I already have too much. This is not a bad short to enter here. It can fail. It's risky because it can fail pretty quickly. But based on this is where, if you're a bear, you want downside pressure, this is where you want it to fail. You can see tick is degrading as well, which supports that a little bit. So let's see if we can get SPX to fail the 5-8 EMA, 5-minute 8 EMA. So far, it looks to be pushing through. Really, okay, but look at tick. Tick still is driving down. There's sellers under the hood. A great spot to add short. Well, I shouldn't say great, but good risk return. You have 2 points of defined risk. With this weak tick, feel good about it. You don't like seeing NVIDIA pop up. You don't like seeing Bitcoin pop up. Those are not the best indicators, but just if you take the holistic package. You don't like seeing VIX come down, but you like tick where it's at. So you see where SPX is failing. It's not only the 5 EMA, but it's where this wick, where these buyers and sellers are. So you should see some pressure here. It makes sense, which again is another reason why this is not a bad short to retest 38. So I like tick right now. VIX is fine. Okay, SPX is popping above the 5 EMA. It's going to try and retest 44, it looks like. Look at Tide. Tide is turning into bullish again. Let's go back to the 10-minute, my preferred method. Okay, from the 10-minute we see, this is my preferred time frame. We can see that SPX just went to test the 10-minute EMAs, which is, as you guys know, if you've been following me, my preferred signal, indicator, I should say. So it's a fine failure there. I like it. I like the short side again. I like that failure. Doesn't mean it can't push up, but I like that. And then check this out. Check this out. Check what puts are doing. They didn't dive at all during this pump. All they did was go up. calls didn't increase on this pump. All they did was stay flat and go down. So that makes me a lot more comfortable in my puts. We only have 2 hours left in the day, which is unfortunate. Theta is a bitch. Here's where execution comes into play. I have decent size on my 45s. That's what I'm focused on right now. Obviously, the 30s, the 25s, the 10s, whatever else I have, those are not the focus anymore, because I'm going to exit the 45s first. So I'm counting those as dead in my execution. Not saying they are dead, but counting them as dead. If we lose 38, look out below. If we reclaim 44, I see a path to 57, at least 55. Again, price action looking tricky, especially on that big wick. But if you look at premiums and you look at tick and you look at VIX, it would suggest that SPX is going to fail here and move lower. So premiums puts did dive a little bit, but that's not material. VIX is still pretty elevated. It failed right here. So again, I don't really know how much to read into how I don't think VIX upholds supply and demand as well as SPX, but you can see where it failed. There were all these buyers here, or there was this demand that turned into supply zone. Now VIX is failing. Okay, less confidence on the downside. Let's see what we do with 44. If SPX is able to reclaim 44, it's bullish. I'm not gonna call this a fake pump yet, though. Like I've said all day, call premiums are not mirroring this price action. So what I'd like here, ideally, is another failure, not like a look above here. Maybe we get to 45.72 and then dive down. VIX is now retreating, not bearish. Still got a minute left in this candle. Let's see if it bases below the 8 EMA. Okay, so just while we're waiting, remember what I've been talking about, the 8 EMA. It suppressed, reclaimed. Boom, 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 boom. Right? So the 8 EMA is, it can be quite, what's the word? I want to say foretelling. It can be a good indicator. So 15 seconds left. If we reclaim the 8 EMA and 45, definitely a bit nervous on my puts. Okay, definitely feel less warm and fuzzy about my puts. But remember, this is the level I was looking to fail, so let's see if it fails here. At premiums, see, my puts are now failing. So maybe this is the bid coming in. Okay, so this is the bid coming in, it looks like. At some point, I'm going to see if I believe in a typical MSCI squeeze type move. We'll ride the long side. I'm not going to press it too hard yet. I want to wait to see what happens. But with VIX dying and us reclaiming 44, it's possible. Now, what would be epic is if we fail 44 again. That would be phenomenal. But based on holding the 8 EMAs, based on puts dying, although they're coming back a little bit, maybe that's all we got. Maybe these 38 buyers scared the shit out of the sellers. So this is around the level I wanted SPX to look above and fail. Still give it a second to see if it does. Trying to be as objective as possible. You see that calls are curling down again. Puts are spiking up. SPX is now at the level I talked about earlier, right? It's still too early to celebrate that. VIX now coming up. Again, too early to celebrate. I like, if we fail 44 again, oof, it's going to be a nice short. I'm tempted to get aggressive and add some 30 puts, assuming we're going to fail this level. I don't know if we will. Tick is still quite weak, above 44. Okay, here's a big put spike. You see that? Based on that, I'm going to get a little aggressive. Don't do this if you can't stomach the loss. I added some of the 30s at 60, so I have a lot of 30s now. I'm going to add that as a lotto. It's a lotto, but I'm going to put it in the normal chat. But it's a lotto in terms of the risk. I love is this put spike. I love that put spike here. Love is 44 support. You see tick is pretty weak too. SPX remains bullish above 44. But if I'm trading tick, VIX, and premiums, it should fail. If I'm trading SPX price action, it looks bullish. So place your bet. Look at tick here, very weak. Nice reclaim from bulls. Choppy, messy action. Tick still very weak. As long as tick remains weak, I am not too scared. At some point, I will wonder if there are going to be, as they rebalance, they bid up. But when I looked at the tape on days where the rebalance doesn't happen at end of month, there isn't this aggressive bid. And look at tick. Tick is very weak. I'm not looking at the chat right now. I'm just focused on this. Okay, tick is improving a little bit. Whoever sold at 48, I want them to come back. I want them to teach bulls a lesson. Otherwise, I might switch. Very good bid from bulls. Fix weakening. Tick still weak. Calls are now curling on spine net. Pretty good performance from bulls so far, I won't lie. Tick improving again. This might drill up. Big level here. Nothing bullish about this tape, but premiums. Look at calls curling down again. Okay, pretty good bulls. Just watching. I am tempted, honestly, I'm tempted to add puts here, but I'm not going to. VIX can't keep drilling down like this. It needs to pick up. Look at SPY puts. SPY puts still leading the way. At this rate, oh, look at that tick up. This might drill up. Puts not buying it, calls not buying it. Look at puts, look at calls on SpyNet. Forget Tide, even though Tide has been, I don't know, maybe leading the way a little bit. I'm tempted. I was tempted to add up here, but I'm not. I wasn't. I didn't because it's not good behavior. I'm already sized up. I really want to add, but I'm not going to because tick is kind of scaring me and VIX is scaring me. But based on puts, I want to add. But there's a chance, right? The buyers come in for MSCI Rebalance and start bidding the shit out of this. That tick is getting a little too strong for my comfort. Put premiums are still too high for me to feel bullish, though. Under the hood, it's bullish. Just look at tick. Under the hood, it's bullish for now. Let's get a big drill down. Not sure we'll get it. If we just trade premiums, buy premiums, we should get it. But if we're trading price action, no confidence. But look at this, look coming down. See that call's coming down, puts curling up. I'm very surprised by this tape, but it's probably MSCI. Rebalance is probably creating some chaos in here. The sell should have happened already. So at this point, we're not trading MSCI anymore. We hope it happens based on prior, on May 27th, I think, it was an odd rebalance date, and we saw a sell towards the end of the day. So I'm banking on that, but I don't know if that sold end of the day because of MSCI or something else. So remember earlier I said, hey, we're up here. You don't like this trade. Think about where you want to take your loss. You could have taken it down here in hindsight. So that's a hard thing, right? You're in a deep drawdown. Do you exit for a loss or do you try and see a profit? It's hard. Bitcoin trying to make a move. Just look at puts. I don't get this. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, it definitely is. I'm really tempted to add here. I just tick is too strong, VIX is too weak, but not a bad spot to add puts here. I know I said that down here that failed, but it's too bearish from a premium perspective. I don't know. I want to just do some really dumb stuff and add a lot of puts here, but that would be gambling a little bit. This is incredible, this insatiable bid at 38. Okay, that tick up. I don't know, man. Okay, they might get it here. This is going to pop, I think. I want it to fail. Yep, there's the pop. It's done. Calls are now curling up. This is a real pop. So from premiums, now it looks quite bullish. This is the rebalance part where they bid it up. Again, I don't typically see that happen on these days. But the data set's kind of small. VIX is dying now. I'm very eager to chase into calls. I'm not going to yet, but oh man, is it tempting. Oh man, is it tempting. If this fails again, maybe I add puts. I don't know. Obviously, I'm a little confused right now. VIX is holding up okay. Definitely in no man's land in my eyes right now. Calls are compelling if we assume that the second half of the MSCI trade is going to pan out, which I don't think it will, but if it does, it squeezes up. But that only happens at month end. Now you see calls curling down a little bit. Very just no man's land. Nothing to do here unless you want to get aggressive. Honestly, I could see it go up or down, so very, very unclear in my book. Nothing to share. Looking at calls, looking at puts, not sure what to do here. Nick is weakening a little bit. What I don't want to do is turn a bad day worse. Calls look like they're gaining momentum. SPX is strong. That was a big pop up. Bulls are completely in control here. Nvidia trying to pop up. VIX is coming down. I'm not going to gamble. Calls look enticing. Okay, I am going to take what you could consider a hedge trade pretty soon, which may be chasing, and I might get hosed even more. But I'm looking at the 60 calls right now. I'm adding them. Wait, shoot. Okay, Robinhood said I selected too many contracts. Great. This is going to shoot up, I think. So I bought some 60 calls at 75 as a hedge. And I'm going to close these 45 puts, the remaining ones. I think. Yeah, I'm selling these. The rest at 160. I might get burned on this because I don't have a clear direction. And puts aren't or calls aren't confirming the move. So maybe I get hosed on there. I'm gonna keep a stop loss on the calls I added. But because they're so far out of the money, unless we get a big move down, I should be protected decently from the theta decay. Let's see. So the reason I added those calls is potentially MSCI gets that bid to the end. Very risky ad there. Premiums are not suggesting it, but I'm exiting the 30 puts for nothing. .35. VIX is dying. I just exited my gold position. Pretty good return there. Good add on those calls. Tick getting weak up here. The SPX is really strong. Tick is weak, so I'm not sure what to do here with my calls. I'm gonna hold them for now. Pretty bad day with MSCI trade not panning out. So now just working to find a new trade, trying to stay objective. Bitcoin's really ramping. Okay, VIX is picking up. I'm going to be pretty close to sell. If the rebalance is happening, they're going to squeeze it into the close, but I don't have confidence in that. But if they squeeze it, oof. Okay, put's climbing now on tide, so that's a risk. Watching for some clues here. Seeing if I want to add to my calls and play the second half of the trade. First half didn't work, so second half probably won't work either, but I might give it a shot. A lot of indecision for me right here. I don't want to turn a bad day worse. So I'm hesitating on adding calls, especially on this tide. If you look at market tide, put spiked up. So maybe they got me out of my puts, had me chase a little bit on this fail at 50. Oh, but look at this put drop. Okay, I'm going to add size on calls. Pretty big dump. I want to see it confirm. Just checking this. See that big put drop? I don't want to get burned, but that was a big put drop. Definitely in a tough spot. No good trade. Any trade I make now is just maybe a little desperate. But calls are spiking up. I think I'm going to add size on some super out of the money calls. And we'll see if it works. Oh, shit. I did it again. God damn it. Wait, did I buy or sell? Oh my god. In pretty heavy size on calls right now. I'm definitely not seeing the tape that clear. So if you follow me, just know that it's not. Yeah, I chased that. Pretty much closing out all my puts. And calling it a very unfortunate day. So the one thing I'm looking for now is the second half of the MSCI trade to pan out. I don't really know if it will. I added some YOLO calls. If we can get a squeeze up, it will definitely save my day. We have puts coming down, just completely getting drilled down. So let's see. Big gamma at 55 probably doesn't get past there. So let's see. I'm hoping that we get the end of day squeeze. I have a pretty significant number of, except I accidentally sold 20 of them, of the 60 calls. If we get the squeeze, then maybe I can salvage some of the day. Not the best trading behavior, but if you look at puts and calls, you can see that spike up. That spike down in puts got me excited about them. So maybe we get this. So not good trading behavior for me, trying to save my days, quote unquote, with some super risky calls. The only saving grace, the reason why it could make sense is the put drop, call spike, and not that the MSCI rebalance has worked out at all, but if the funds start rebalancing into positions, we should see a squeeze up. I put a limit sell on my several dozen contracts at 10. Maybe I'll leave some of them open to get any insane rip we get. So maybe I'll do 90% of them at 10. Honestly, that is pretty retarded. And then I'll let the rest cash settle. Now this can squeeze up quite a bit, so stop worrying about your puts and start focusing on what's in front of you. This is going to be a tough level to get through, but if we can squeeze through and get through this new gamma wall here based on VIX dumping, on puts dumping, then we get something. We might get something meaningful, and the puts that you lost money on, you won't even remember them because you're going to make 10x on these SPX calls. I should have, so for full disclosure, I have 33 of them. I should have had 53, but I keep messing up on Robinhood and selling when I mean to add. So what we want to see is calls continue up. We're not seeing that, but we have some confidence in puts coming down. And who knows, okay? Maybe this was the sell, right? Maybe this was the sell. Buyers said, no, you cannot sell this down. We are here, we're stepping up. Now, I may eat my words if this dumps at the close, and I'll be sad, to say the least. Okay, now we're seeing it. If you're not in calls, not bad. Not really looking at the chat, just focused on what I have in front of me. Not loving today, and not loving my mentality of trying to have these calls, quote unquote, save me. But objectively, the setup's there. We have the put drop, we have the call spike. We do know there is a rebalance today. It didn't work out on the sell side. Buyers just were nonstop. So now we're looking for the second part of the MSCI trade to what I will say, hopefully pan out. I definitely don't feel great about how today went. You know, we had some good entries and exits, but all in all, tough day if you try trading the MSCI trade. Lesson learned for everybody. Just if it's not the best setup, don't trade it. Which, if I were to heed my own advice, is that the right terminology? I would not be in these calls right now. So definitely chasing a bit. But I do see the potential. The risk is 55 is the big gamma wall. The squeeze would happen if we push through. So if we can push through 55, if this tick keeps squeezing up, we might get it. But I don't know. Now the premiums are reversing a little bit. Again, to get through 50 is really tough, but bulls did a lot of work so far. All right, let's see premiums. Still like this big like puts were the reason why I felt good about shorts. Now that they're dumping, feel less good, but maybe trapped and just getting chopped up. I'm gonna be funny and put my fill at 20 because I don't think it'll happen. But let me see if we can squeeze to the moon. If we squeeze, if my calls fill at 20, obviously that'll be a lot of luck. So not trading. I'm definitely not in the perfect mindset right now. Acknowledge that. But objectively, the setup is there for the most part. But we know it's really tough above 55 to get past. So calls keep ticking up. This gives me confidence that the calls are not just a YOLO. Look at that. It keeps pumping up. This should squeeze up. But VIX is also ticking up a little bit. Really tough trade here. Tick is now coming down. VIX is picking up. Puts are picking up. Let's see if we can get a squeeze. Buyers are still in control. Buyers did a lot of work to get here. I'm not checking the chat. Sorry. VIX coming down a little bit. Premiums are mixed. That big put drop is compelling, but the preceding spike. VIX now ticking up. Oof! If I exited my puts and this nukes, I'm gonna be a sad, sad man. But based on what I'm seeing, I don't think a nuke. Optimistically, if you're in puts, a nuke, yeah, it can happen. Based on the tape, sellers are weak, buyers are strong. All these dips and reclaims and hold of 38 are strong. Doesn't mean we're going to squeeze up. But optimistically, I'm hoping that second half of the MSCI trade, although it doesn't make sense because we're not month end, optimistically, I hope it happens. If there's any day to wish for a Hail Mary and trade on hopes and dreams, today would be one of them. If it was a real MSCI trade, you wouldn't have to do hopes and dreams. But since it's a fake one, I'm living on hopes and dreams. Premiums still look fine for the upside. Not sure we get a real MSCI type squeeze, end of month squeeze, but let's see if we can get something. Is NEM doing great? Tesla, pretty good price action there. Okay, SPX, here's my Hail Mary. Save me from my misery. Save the chat from their misery. Give us a godly MSCI end of month squeeze. That probably won't happen, but let's hope for it. Give me a mother of all squeezes. Basing above 50 is good for bulls. Honestly, the price action all day, they've stepped in where they needed to. Got 50 minutes to get squeeze going. Again, I'm more hopeful than I am probabilistic on a squeeze. So take it with a grain of salt. I'm gonna exit the Oxy Lotto. NEM looks really good. If you're in that trade with me, plus 113%. I'm gonna trim some just to open up some buying power. Okay, so if we get the squeeze, like a real MSCI squeeze, end of month squeeze, which again, I don't think is high probability, then who cares what happened the first half of the day? These 70 calls, 60 calls can easily hit $10. Well, I shouldn't say easily, but you know what I mean. VIX is holding up there. Premiums look supportive for a squeeze. I don't think we have enough confluence of factors to get there, but you know, we're hoping to get a little lucky on this. Okay, we're using our signals and then sprinkling in a little bit of luck to get a squeeze into the close, which will save my day at least. But that's like terrible trading behavior. I won't blow up. I'll still have money. Um, but, you know, obviously it's not ideal. Okay, here comes a little tick. Added a little lotto. 65 for 30 cents. So I'm looking for that lotto to work, or the trade I'm in, which is honestly, frankly, a lotto in and of itself. But it's going to be hard. Gamma wall at 55. We have to get a violent pushover to squeeze the dealers into buying above 55. If that happens, we can get it. If not, ugh, GG's. NVIDIA looks interesting. I like this big volume wick. SPX might get stuck here. But let's see if we could get a squeeze, please. Give me a squeeze, please. Just going to repeat that until we get it. Again, probably we don't. 55 going to be really hard to push through. But a boy can dream. Getting a close right around 68 would be phenomenal, obviously. Okay, here we go. Do you want it? SPX, do you want it? It definitely wants to touch 55. I don't know if it's going to push much higher. VIX is right at support, so if VIX loses 1491, can feel good. Tick definitely weak, but it looks like it wants higher. There's a lot of work bulls did over here. Okay, let's get the squeeze. It's looking promising, kind of. Okay, tick is, okay, here we go. Tick is moving up. SPX is kissing that gamma level. If it squeezes through, okay, premiums here. Look at premiums, they're converging. This can squeeze. It's still very risky, still not certain, but look at tick, look at everything moving. Tick is moving up. Okay, we're doing really good. We're up 50% on our position, 156% on our position. I'm going to take some profits. 160%. I have to take a screenshot for the boys. All right, I'm going to just sell a small amount. Exited some at 2. Sorry if you're not in the stream, you didn't catch that. Okay, I want more. I want more. I'm going to be greedy. Okay, let's see if we can keep going. This is part of the MSCI trade, so let's see if we can keep going. I'm going to scale out as we go, but I'm going to try and keep as much as I can. I want to keep as much as I can here, right? We do not need to sell early. These are now 350. Okay, this is looking really good. I'm going to keep taking screenshots because I need to feel good about something. I feel terrible about today. Look at that squeeze. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Again, it was a little bit opportunistic, but like I said, it's what I wanted. Okay, yeah, I'm looking for 68. I'm going to keep posting gains in the alpha pod. Hopefully I'm allowed in there. I'm going to sell a little bit more here. Let's see what I get filled at. My failed. Why did it fail? Okay. Okay, it might fail here, right? SPX might fail here. That's what I was looking for. I talked to you guys through it. I didn't say it was a lot of conviction. I wasn't feeling great about it, but okay, I'm looking for more of a squeeze. I don't know if I'll get it, so this is super risky. I still have size on this. I still have size, but I'm targeting 68. I had to trim along the way because I'm not completely stupid, just partially. Okay, that might be all we get. Remember, 55 was the big level, so this can fail from here. But it looks and smells and feels like MSCI. So I'm going to give it until 50, so 10 minutes before the close. You know, if I round trip the rest of these, that's going to suck. Look at tick coming down. Sellers are coming in. But knowing MSCI, if this is the end of day rebalance trade, then I'm okay with it. Give me some more juice. I know SPX is shooting for 68. I'm trying to be thoughtful and exit along the way up, but also maximize my return. VIX is dying here. Now I really wish I had all 50 contracts, obviously. Can't believe I accidentally sold. Okay, I want more. I want a lot more, but I don't know if I'll get it. So I'm being greedy. I took some profits, but I want more. I still have 25 contracts. This is MSCI right here, right in front of your eyes. I don't know what happened to the sell today. I'm sorry if you got burned on it. I got burned probably more than you did, no doubt. Except Dre probably got burned more than anybody. VIX is dying. VIX is dying. This looks fine. Let's see if we can get the squeeze up. Give me more. I want 68. At least 68. I don't know if I'll get it. I want it though. This is what I mean about pivoting. It took me a while. I was wrong. The trade failed. I took, which I admitted to, an overly risky bet, a little bit of hopium involved, but I wanted to. I saw the potential. I may still lose the rest of this trade if this nukes here, so I'm not celebrating too early, except for the profits I took. I still have a lot riding on this. Premiums suggest it could continue squeezing up. Every trading day is a learning experience for me. Some are more painful and costly than others. Now, if we can get the full squeeze, not only will I break even on the day, but I will make a significant profit. Right now, I'm still down on the day. And I'm not trading this to break even. I'm not trading it for my level. I want 68. I don't know if I'll get it. Still got 30 minutes in the day, so a lot of time for fucking around on both ends. But if this is a real MSCI squeeze, this should go insane. More insane, I should say. Tick is weak, but you see SPX is not moving down yet. It can fail at any moment. Tick picking back up. Again, I don't think bulls did all this work for nothing. Here comes tick. Let's see if that's enough juice to pump it up more. Nvidia is pumping up. Bitcoin's pumping up. Let's see Tesla. Tesla's pumping up. Let's get a proper squeeze. Let's keep going. Let's keep it going. Give me the next leg. VIX is dying. Next leg can come. Any pop, I'm gonna just trim. I'll trim on pops. I have a lot of contracts. I can't let the rest of this go red. Okay, here we go. I want a little more, and I'll trim 5 more contracts. Taking a little bit, 5 more off. Wait, why is that not? Robinhood is not letting me sell any contracts. What the hell? Oh, because I had that fucking limit order, that aggressive one. Okay. Okay, I'm selling 5 more at 4. I'm just going to keep selling 5 tranches at a time until I get to my limit. Remember, that might be it because 55 was the big wall, so we might close at pin 55. But if we get an MSCI type squeeze and some shorts are in there feeling the pressure, we can go up very high. I'm tempted to take more profit, but I'm not going to. This feels like what I know about MSCI. Let's go. Okay. Thank you guys for posting this. I am very happy to know people are making money today, or at least limiting their downside. Keep it coming. Now, if we fail, this is going to suck. It'll go back down to 55, but made a decent profit on these so far. I still have a lot of contracts though. So obviously I want the full squeeze, and I don't want to sell early, but I also don't want to be too greedy. I'm gonna show you guys my equity curve, and you're gonna fire me as your furu. Okay, VIX punching up a little bit. We're getting close to the end of MSCI. Usually ends around 10 minutes till, so I'm gonna give this until 12:50 my time, if I can hold on that long. I don't like how this is slowing down. But I don't hate it enough. Knowing how MSCI trades, knowing how this looks, I'm not willing to sell here. This is the hardest part. You have literally every tick impacts your P&L significantly. So it's very hard to stay in with size end of day, especially because we know 55 is a big level. I'm not willing to sell yet. I want to see the squeeze play out fully. But now we're retesting the gamma level, 55. VIX is punching up. This can fail. That's why we scaled out along the way. Hyper focused on this. It can fail. Okay, so now's the big test. Do we pop from here or not? VIX is punching up. Tick is weak. That might have been all we got. Knowing MSCI, the buying continues until 1250. So if this is a real MSCI trade, we should get another bid up. And if we look at MEMS, that might actually happen. Look at call spiking here. Puts are also climbing, obviously adds to the risk. Tick is coming up. Tick is weak. Spike puts climbed, but so did calls. Definitely getting greedy. I want more, I want more, I want more. Okay, here comes tick a little bit. Let's see if that pushes where I want it. Nope. They're going to stuff it under 55. That's the big gamma level. Okay, I'm going to give it until 1250. Look at tick. $55 is getting stuffed. At this point, I'm just going to hold it, hold what I have left. Okay, here comes tick again. Okay, can get the squeeze here. But market makers want to keep this under 55. If we can fully clear 55 and squeeze it up, then they have to start buying. If not, we're going to stay under. I'm just waiting to see if we get the full squeeze. With VIX, I don't know. And Gamma, where I know it's at, I don't know. But I want to see 68. Okay, actually, that's not true. What I want to see is 6,500. Remember yesterday we saw tick going down and SPX not move, or tick going up, SPX didn't move. You remember that? Now we're saying the same thing. Tick going down and SPX not moving down. So what did I say yesterday? Look for that next time for a squeeze up, right? So see this tick? It's a big tick down. SPX is saying not so fast. I don't care. I got a level I need to hit, and I'm moving up. Remember we saw that yesterday? SPX has a mind of its own. It's doing its thing. It is squeezing. It is squeezing. It is squeezing, okay? You take profits when you want. Okay, here comes tick. Let's get the squeeze, baby. Keep it going. Come on. Let's go. Push. More. More. I'm taking 5 off here. Let's keep it going. Let's get 68. Keep pumping up. Let's go. Taking a little off there. I just don't want to get hosed. Give me a little bit more. I want 68. Let's go. Come on. Come on, baby. Squeeze it. Okay. Trim more here. I have I have 5 left. Okay. Trim a little bit more. I have small size left. I only have 3 contracts left. Let's see if these 3 will break me even for the day. Wow, what a fucking day. Jesus Christ. Look at tick moving. Okay, guys, this is look. I fucked up the beginning trade. This is your MSCI trade. This is why you don't get stuck in a loser, and you. Well, it took me a while, but you eventually just move on. Okay, keep it going. Come on. Let's go. I'm gonna trim a little bit more soon. I'm trimming a little bit here. I only have 1 contract left. I'm still holding on to my 1 runner from 33. Got a minute left in the money, so I don't have to worry too much. Look at SPX doing its own thing, not listening to tick. It's just moving. If we close above, I don't think we'll close above 68, but obviously if we do, it's good for me. Okay. I'm out. All right. I forgot I'm still on stream. All right, guys. I don't know who's on here, if it's just bots, if actual people. Holy shit, what a terrible day. That could have been a lot worse. I pivoted when I needed to. I tried to think clearly. I was obviously a bit opportunistic, but made it happen. I never want to do that again. See you guys later.